Hello, all you beautiful people, past, present, and yes, and for those in the future, welcome back to Dot Hack GU. The level 1 through 50 grind is in fact still going on. We need about 7,663 battles. We need approximately 22,989 experience, and our current playtime is 40 hours, 56 minutes, and 41 seconds. And let's just jump right into it. So, hey Titan, how's it going? Yes, this is nuts. This is nuts. This is a thing that I am doing. it's like I said, we're a little over halfway there. We did manage to get level 27 last time. So, yep, level 27. And by the end of this stream, hopefully we'll get to level 29. Because I'm going to be trying to do this more consistently. Because we only need a hand, like, I think about maybe 11 streams. I think, I'm trying to think. There's 11 streams. 23 levels outside of this one. I know we do need ourselves a decent amount of streams, so I would say about 11 or so streams now. Like once we get closer to July, I'll probably just do like one final rush, like spend a couple of days of because I will be taking off a little bit in July, like right before I go on my trip. Hey, Knight, how's it going? I hope you're having a fantastic night. Jokes. Welcome, my dude. I hope you're having a fantastic night. Welcome. And today, the grind is in fact real. And for today's stream, we're also going to be talking a little bit about Palworld and the Switch 2. Just some current events happening in the gaming sphere. So, I would say let's go ahead and just start with the Switch 2. It's going to be coming out next month. New specs have been released in regards to the Switch 2, and it's alright. I mean, it definitely has more memory, has more memory. What else can you say? I mean, it's supposed to be like as powerful as a PlayStation Pro, but considering how poorly CyberConnect ran on the platform, I don't know, I'm very skeptical of this system. I don't know if it's going to be selling all that well, to be quite honest. It's still going to do good because it's a Nintendo product. I mean, they usually do good, but at the same time though, like, it's definitely going to do better than the Wii U, but I just do not know if it's going to reach the same numbers as the Switch 1, because the Switch 2, by the looks of it, is just going to be a faster Switch. Like, that's pretty much it. Right down there. The base specs left much to be desired for price jacking, even said it inside the tariff BS. I don't know. Which is... Okay, I'm gonna have to reread that. Which is different, though. Xenomorph. I am very confused. Like, I have no. Okay, but in regards, yes, it is left to be desired. I mean, like I said, it does have more. It can run. That's is a nod to Xenomorph. Oh, okay. I was wondering, but yeah, I was thinking. Wait a minute, are you trying to compare like the Switch to Xenomorphs in a way? That was just kind of the same. It was kind of confusing. But yeah, it's just like the Switch 2 is like going to be fine. It's going to load Switch games a little bit faster, but it's not really going to do much to push like what's already there. And considering that we're getting into like a newer console generation with like whatever the new systems are going to be, I haven't seen anything new on it. Only way I'll buy it if it's Soul Calibur 7 is on Switch 2 exclusive with Roy from Fire Emblem as guest. Honestly, that would be awesome. I think Roy definitely deserves his place in a fighting game because he should have been in Smash. Let's be real. He should have been in Smash, but you know, a little bit of a missed opportunity that one. But from what I've seen, it's going to have 16 gigs of memory. it's going to, like, 3 of those gigs are going to be dedicated to system settings, which is very odd considering that the base Switch reserved 0.08, or no, not 0.08, like 0.8 memory, you know, 3 gigabytes for dedicated games. Whereas this Switch 2, it's going to dedicate 9 memory to games, which that's a pretty high cost. And from what I'm also seeing, that the game chat, like Nintendo's bootleg game, like Discord feature, is going to chug the performance of games if you use it. Like, I think that's what's really going to set people back on it. Because not only do you have to pay for this service anyway, but the fact that it's going to make the games run worse, because, like, let me just take, like, my computer for instance. My computer can run, like, games just fine for the most part, like, while also streaming and all that, like, displaying, like, other videos, like, so that way, you know, I can see, like, you guys, I can see, like, the preview screen of the stream and everything, but the Switch doesn't have that capability. If it tries to run even, like, a video camera with the stream, like, with the game itself, it's going to chug, at least from what I've seen people talk about so far with it, you know, people who have gotten their hands on it early. It's, whew, boy, it's not going well for the Switch 2, let's just say, you know. It's just one of those things where the Switch 2 is just one of, I've lost my train of thought. Wow. Choo-choo, the train has left the station. Oh boy, but, not to mention, I think the games are going to be fine, but I think also, like, the $80 price point is definitely going to hold it back a little bit, you know? Because $80 is a lot for a game, and I know some of them are also going to be $70 for a game. Like, I think Donkey Kong Bonanza is going to be 70, I think I saw on there, but I don't know, $70 in a game is still pushing it, you know? Yeah, while the Palworld situation would have happened sooner or later, yeah, that's true. EA should have been caught in Nintendo's warpath first, and Switch 2 should have been delayed. Well, here's the thing about that time. I think I mentioned this last time. Hey, Calcure! Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate, and congratulations. You have been bestowed the class of the Dragoon, one of my favorite classes in Final Fantasy. Congratulations. Hope you're having a fantastic night. Welcome, welcome. But, yeah, in terms of, like, Nintendo's never gonna go after EA. Like, the only reason why they're bullying Palworld as much is because they're, no, I don't want to be melee DPS. Okay, well, tell you what, here, I got this, let's see, what do I have? I have this magic D8 that allows you to re-roll your class. So, I mean, you could always, like the sorting hat in Harry Potter, you could always influence the dice and just tell me what class you want to be. I mean, yeah, either way. But it's fine. You know, look, it could be any class. It could be, you know, the red mage. It could be a white mage. It could be a mage. You never know. So, just saying. Have you seen that Wizard game should have been screwed over by Wizard Networks? Look, that whole situation was just like just all over the place. Well, I have been a summoner main since Heavensward, so did I say you were a Dragoon? Silly me. I misinterpreted the infographic that I saw overhead, you know, for my notifications. And you were actually a summoner the whole entire time. Congratulations. How's the current leveling going? Well, we are level 27 out of 50. So, we're, as you can see on the top of the screen there, we need about 7,663 battles, about 22,989 experience, and our current playtime is 40 hours. And so, like, if we're doing 2 levels a night, we should be able to get this done, hopefully before my birthday in July. So, hey DOJ, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Welcome, welcome. I'm probably just going to stick with PlayStation, to be honest. I don't blame you. I mean, it's just, like, I know a lot of people, like, excuse me. I know a lot of people don't like the new Switch, the PlayStation 5 Pro's price. I mean, that $700+ for that system, yikes. But you know, PlayStation does have some good games on it, like the Demon Souls remaster. I mean, that looks great, and here's Spider-Man 2 is also pretty nice. I haven't played it myself. I played the first Spider-Man game, so excuse me. And now, as of late, I heard that G. Bowser extending Nintendo's warpath towards the guys from Destiny 2. I didn't hear about that. Because of the gliding mechanics? Oh, well, they're not, like, the current patents that Nintendo is fighting against, they're only targeting Pocket Pair at the moment. As far as I'm aware, they haven't sent anything to, like, Bungie or anything. And Bungie's going through their own controversy at the moment with the plagiarism. Oh god, that was a big thing. I'm doing good, how about you? I am doing well. I am doing good, Jay. I am here, I got my tea, I got you guys, you know, keeping me company. I would say it is a good day. I would say things are going well, you know? And just to finish my comment from you, Calcior, basically, so if we're doing this, like if we do 2 levels a night, we could probably get this done within 11, maybe 10 streams, if I decide to, you know, push through to the end, you know? Because I will be taking some time off for my birthday, right before I go on my trip, and then, like, if I can get it done by my birthday, that would be great, and still keep with the tradition of playing Final Fantasy IV for that day. But, you know, a lot's gonna happen, like, between then and now. Like, we are coming so close to the end. If I had to guess, by the time we're done with this challenge, it's going to be, like, a playtime of between 70 to 80 hours, if I'm making the estimate right, you know? Let's see. How long before one of his colleagues among Nintendo's higher-ups I think here's a taste of that, I'm asking. Well, here's the thing. Like, I cannot speak. This lawsuit with Pocket Pair is going to determine the outcome of the gaming industry, I feel. Because if Nintendo loses, then it'll open up, like, much more creative practices within the industry. Because, you know, Nintendo would lose their patents. Like, if they lose this case, they lose those patents that they're fighting for. Because one of the major things that Pocket point out is that all the patents that Nintendo is using in this case have already been done in prior games. I'm going to use, like, just going back to your comment. Hey, Jacob, how's it going? Hydrate. I shall hydrate. I've got myself some tea. Fancy tea. I hope you're having a good day, Jacob. I hope you have a good day, bud. Let's see. Yeah, but if Nintendo loses, we also get stuck with negative consequences. Even if they win, we also get stuck with negative consequences. Yeah, you said that. Either way, it highlights EA's. But so Titan, as of right now, like EA or Activision has nothing to do with this case. Like, if Nintendo wins, then I can see EA and Activision going patent crazy. You know, just saying that, oh, we own this. You know, you don't own that. Like companies are going to fight each other if Palworld loses this case. You know. But if Nintendo loses the case, then they're not gonna have access to their patents, and that's gonna, like, set a precedent that, hey, you cannot, you know, patent game mechanics, or at the very least game mechanics that have already been established, because you're talking like a good, just being generous here, like 40 years of games. Like, I'm making the assumption that, like, depending on, like, what mechanic you're using, most of it has already been done in one way or another. So there's only a very select thing that has already been done. Like, say, the Nemesis system is a very unique system, you know, and I don't like the fact that it's patented, but, you know, hey, Warner Brothers were the first to implement that system, and so they have the right to use it, I would say. Only surefire way to deal with the lion's share of the BS will be directed warpath to EA's door. No, no, Titan. That's not the only way that's gonna happen. Like I said, at this moment, EA and Activision has nothing to do with the case. So, just to bring the conversation to, you know, Palworld, like because that's the focus right now. Palworld and Nintendo, because Nintendo does not like Palworld. I'm currently replaying Dunhack GU, and all I say is that Gabi is the most scariest edge Punisher, the fastest if we're going off his introduction. Yeah, the fastest. I mean, he is pretty scary too. Like, you don't want to end up fighting against him. He can create little explosions, and that's something. Oh boy. A video gaming successor to Dunhack GU meets Middle of Shadow and Mordor and Shadow of War. You know what, Titan? You've got yourself a good point. That would be an amazing experience. The Nemesis system in a .hack game? I don't know how it would work, but just think about it. Like, you're already in an MMO setting. Just imagine that you use the Nemesis system in a way to, like, be set up for the PKers, you know? Like, when you enter an area, you have, like, this Nemesis system for the other players, or the PK system. You know, some of them remember you, some of you won't remember you. You know, you interact with them, you like set up future encounters with them. That would be cool. That I will agree with you on that there, bud. That is just utterly amazing. As for Gabi is a unit. It's a shame that he is not a party member. You would think that he would be. He's kind of set up to be our Edge Punisher for this game, but for some reason they didn't. You know? Like, he was introduced early on. You know, we know that he's an Edge Punisher. We've seen what he can do. Maybe not in gameplay sense, but in cutscene sense, you know, creating that giant explosion. And it's just like, it was such a missed opportunity with Gabi, you know? We do love Gabi, but, you know, hey, we can only do so much. We can only hope for a mod or something to reintroduce him as a party member or something. You know, going back to the whole Palworld thing, like, it is a shame that Pocket Pair had to remove gliding with your pals. Like, that, I can understand why, because when you're in a case that involves like the particular mechanics that Nintendo has pointed out, it's either you remove those mechanics temporarily or you remove the game from the market. And of course, Pocket Pair, you know, didn't want to just remove access to the game at all, so they decided to remove the mechanics. It is a lesser of two evils, as it were. You know? Like, you can only do so much, like, when it comes to, like, lawsuits and everything. Now, keep in mind, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how Japanese law works, let alone states one, but all I know is that if you, like, are in a case over something, typically companies will remove those mechanics temporarily and then put them back in if they are found, like, not infringed, you know? Which, it is very disappointing. I don't use the gliding mechanics in Palworld at all. Well, I say I don't use the gliding mechanics involving the POWs. I do not glide with POWs. I just prefer to have like other ones in my party, but I can see other people using it and gliding with them. Some people prefer to glide with the POWs. And it really does suck that they had to remove it. Like, that's the thing, they had to in order for essentially just to keep the game up, you know? It is very disappointing. Yes, bae. Poke. I don't know, man. Nintendo is definitely, like, they're doing a lot of anti-consumer practices right now. The fact that their new N-license user agreement says that if you pretty much do anything that Nintendo doesn't like, for example, installing mods or just, like doing any sort of like homebrew stuff for it, then they have the right to just brick your system. Like, not just banning your account, but just to brick your system, meaning that you're not going to be able to use your Switch 2 if you just break those terms of service, which I hate. I don't like that. It's one thing to just say, hey, you cannot use the online features or access like these kind of games that involve the online features. That's one thing. But to brick an entire system just because someone wants to, put new things into, like, maybe put, you know, like, take your Switch games and emulate them, you know? It really does suck, you know? I don't know why Nintendo is doing the way, I know, it's money and ego and all that, but still. I don't even think that I'm going to get the Switch 2 at this point. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way. Because so many more things are coming out about the Switch 2. at first I was like, okay, this might be a decent system, but after seeing some of the things that are involved, the fact that 8-year-old games like Tears of the Kingdom, well, not Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild is still being sold for like $70 plus without DLC, mind you. You don't get the DLC for getting the Switch 2 version, so $70 plus the additional 20 if you want the DLC, and then plus maybe an extra 10 if you want the upgrade, like the Switch 2 version, because you're not really getting the Switch 2 version when you bring over, like, even if you bought, like, Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild. Get back here. Even if you bought them before, like, let's just say that you've already bought the game, you don't have to worry about the initial $70 upfront, but you still need to buy the DLC again. And so that's $20, and then whatever upgrade pack, I don't remember what the actual cost of the upgrade pack is, but like additional 10, like, let's just say for 10 minutes. You have to pay an additional $30 to get what you already bought on the Switch 1, and the upgrades are not native to the system? That, like, I know PlayStation have done something similar, but still. I want my ability to sue Nintendo. I'm good with the new... I'm good on the new user agreement. But, yeah, I agree with you, Knight. It's just kind of... It's stupid. And the stupidest thing about that new agreement is that, oh yeah, you can opt out of this, but you have to personally handwrite a note, handwrite a letter to Nintendo and send it to them within 30 days of agreeing to this new service. That is so convoluted. Like, first and foremost, handwritten mails get lost all the time within the mail. Especially if you're trying to do international stuff. You know, if you're trying to send it out there. All this innovation just end up back on square one. Yeah, like, here's the thing with the Nintendo. They'll have a slump, and then they'll get a major success, and then they're gonna go back to the slump and have a major success. I mean, there's a reason why people have pointed out, like, Nintendo has kind of like this wave that goes on. Like, the GameCube, like, sort of failed, so, you know, and then it was the Wii. Like, the Wii made them a lot of money, but then the Wii U failed, and then the Switch came along. That made a lot of money. A lot of people are predicting that the Switch 2 is not going to be as bad as the Wii U, but it's not going to be sold as much as, say, it's not going to sell as many copies as the Switch 1 does currently. And I don't know, it's just, I don't like the idea that they're charging for the chat features. Like, they added a new C button that is utterly useless unless you pay, like, the subscription fee to use the in-game chat. I mean, all it is just Discord, but at home. I know that, like, many people have said that, but it's pretty much it. It is just Discord, you know? And granted, Discord does have their own way of buying, like, if you want a subscription on Discord for, like, extra uploads and whatnot, you have that. But that is optional. Like, all the major features are still on Discord. Like, you can still chat, you can still do voice chat, you can still, like, share videos and whatnot. But Nintendo is charging that up front. Like, they're doing all of this up front. Even their tech demo that goes over the Switch 2 and its many systems is being charged. Like, I think it's going to be around, like, $10, I think I heard, like, a few people say. The tech demo is being sold. It's not even coming with the system. It's so stupid. And the sad thing is, though, many people are defending these kind of practices. Now, I get nostalgia, like, you like Nintendo products, but defending these, for lack of a better term, like, odd, like, choices is not, it's just not good, you know? Like, you can like the system, and if you are going to get a Switch 2, I hope you have fun with it. I hope you find some enjoyment. I'm just giving my, I guess, like, minimum knowledge as a gamer, and having, you know, tried to upgrade my various systems over the years, both console and my PC. It's just like, money is especially tight these days. And if what the president of, I think it was like the president of Nintendo of America or something like that. Yeah, right, Gary, is it Gary Bowser or Doug Bowser? I can never remember what the names actually, because there's two Bowsers in. I said it once and I said it again. Even as a Nintendo fan, I don't support. I don't even support this decision because it's straight up greedy at this point. It's just. Yeah, I agree with you that it's greedy, but I think it's also ego. Like, Nintendo knew, like, this, Nintendo saw success. Oh, Doug Bowser? Oh, thank you, Calcor. I appreciate that. Yeah, okay, yeah, Gary Bowser was the one that, I think he's, what was it? Gary Bowser was the one that did, like, stole something from Nintendo, either tried to sell, was he the one that tried to sell, like, like the various aspects of the Switch 1, and then Nintendo's like, nah, that's ours. And then, like, not only did he have Jotan, but he has to spend a good majority of his life, you know, paying off the, like, the millions of dollars that they charged him with. Oh, it was a mod kit. Oh, thank you. Gary was the one who was running, like, a mod kit for the Switch. Okay, yes. The fact that he was charging for the mod kit. Like, he wasn't just giving it out as a sort of, like, hey, you know, hey, like most mod support, hey, here are the tools, you know, for modders. No, he was selling that crap, and Nintendo's like, no, you cannot do this. And now he has to, and now for the rest of his life, essentially, half of his paycheck is going to Nintendo. And it's just, like, Nintendo has always been like this, sadly, but I think this year especially, like, their cards are just flat on the table. They do not care about public perception at all. Like, it's the fact that people in their, like, treehouse streams are just, like, I don't know if they're still doing this, but many people are like, drop the price. Oh yeah, that's what I was getting at before. Like, I think the Doug Bowser, again, I'm not, don't quote me on this, but again, I'm hearing all this through the grapevine. Whether it's true or not, do your own research. But from what I hear, even the president of Nintendo, in Nintendo of America, Doug Bowser, even implied that, like, the Switch 2 is going to go up in price at some point. So that $450 is probably going to be closer to maybe, I'm just taking a guess, like $600. $600 for the Switch 2. You know, if I'm thinking correctly based off of, like, the whole tariff situation going on here in the States. Again, not going to get too much on, like, tariff talk because it's a big old mess that I'm not, like, smart enough to actually understand. But all I know is that, like, things are going to get expensive, and Switch 2 is probably going to be sold more. I mean, even Xbox, as a maybe not as a direct result of Nintendo, but following Nintendo's footstep into raising their prices, like, especially on the games, like, from $70 to $80 now, Xbox have also raised their prices on not just the newer hardware, but older hardware as well. Like, their games are now going to be $80 for first-person titles. Like, their controllers, the older consoles, like, they went up $80 as well. It's really crazy that Nintendo, like, was the one that opened the gates to price increases. And, like, it's boggles my mind how anyone thinks that this is okay. Like, if we, now again, I can't say anything about other countries or even, like, other people in the same country I am because experiences are different, but in my situation, I don't have all the money in the world. So I have to be careful about how much money I'm spending, like, on my own personal effect. Even $60 is just kind of like a choice between either getting myself some entertainment for a few nights or food for a week. Because even then, like, food is, like, doubling in price in a lot of areas. And so, when you're increasing the price of these things, so much to the point where people are just not going to be able to afford them, especially nowadays where, like, people just don't have enough money to spend on just hobbies and whatnot, you know? Sadly, not every company can be Steam. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think Steam is one of the better platforms for buying games because not only do, like again, yeah, there are games, like, with higher costs. It's usually the gaming companies that are making the games that set those prices, but for the most part, Steam has some pretty good sales, and they also have their own way of, like, earning money through Steam. Like, it's a very weird system where the more you play a game, you get these trading cards, and then you sell those trading cards on the market for, like, pennies on a dollar. and then you can use that towards credit to buy in other games. I have bought myself quite a few games using that system, you know, because I play a lot of games for stream, you know? So, the fact that Steam has that, they have their own way, not just that, but games are going on sale all the time. You know, like many types of games. Like, Nintendo does not put a whole lot of their first-party titles on sale, if at all. I mean, Pokemon Sword and Shield, after like, what, 8, maybe 9 years at this point, is still $60. Like, one of the first Pokemon games on the Switch is still the same price as Scarlet and Violet? That doesn't make any sort of sense to me, you know? I'd much rather just buy a cheaper copy, like a cheaper physical copy, like through, I don't know, like eBay or Amazon, than just have to buy it directly from Nintendo. Because at the very least with third party with a used copy from Amazon, I could still get the game, but just Nintendo won't get the money. Nintendo would solve a lot of their issues if they just thought about the consumer a little bit more. You know? And then it's just kind of like the game's lineup. Now, there's going to be a lot of third-party games that are going to be released for the Switch, which I do like. For you Switch owners, like who are going to be getting the Switch too, I am happy for you that you get to experience these games like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. There was also Elden Ring. I mean, the Elden Ring especially is a great game. You guys are going to have a fun time with that if you like Souls games, but you also like the portable aspect of gaming, then yeah, you're gonna love Elden Ring. I don't know how it's going to run on the Switch too. A lot of what I'm saying right now is with the assumption that the Switch is going to run pretty well. Yeah, but from everything that I'm seeing everywhere, it's going to be just okay. Like, on one hand, you've got games like, again, I think I mentioned it earlier in the stream, Cyberpunk 2027 getting 23 frames a second, just no action, no anything. It was just like a few NPCs roaming around. 23 frames on the Switch 2. Now, whether it's docked or undocked, I don't know, but that is terrible. That has some terrible metrics, and God. If a game like that runs so poorly on the Switch, I hate to see what the other games are going to be like, you know? Especially since, like, their internal hardware for the Switch 2, it's going to load games fast. That's a good thing. Like, it's going to be able to load games pretty fast, like, at least faster than the Switch 1. So that's one thing I can say positive about it. Again, I will preface in saying I don't have a Switch 2. I'm just going based off of speculation and just everything I've seen online so far through YouTube videos and other YouTubers. I don't know. It's just kind of like a toss-up. Like, whether or not it's going to be good. You know? Because once everyone gets their hands on it, we'll finally start to see what it's like. And the odd thing about this is that Nintendo is not letting reviews go out for the Switch 2. Because usually when you have a new console, you want to get those reviews out there. You want to, like, especially if it's a good product, you would want, hey, you know, we'll give you this product, review it for us. It's free advertisement for us, essentially, you know. But Nintendo is not allowing that, or at the very least, they're just not, like, at least from what I've seen, there are no Switch 2 reviews yet, and I know that some people have gotten, not personally, but, you know, I've seen some people, like, talk about how, like, people are getting Switch 2s early, you know, but at the same time, there's no reviews on it, which I'm kind of worried about, because if there's no reviews for the Switch 2, how are people going to make an informed decision on buying it? And again, the Switch 2 is going to be $450. Let's just say it doesn't go up in price, like Doug Bowser said, and it's going to stay at $450. That is $150 more than the base Switch, and $100 more than the OLED. Which, the Switch, oh yeah, that's another thing I should mention. The Switch 2 is not going to be OLED, it's going to be LED. Like, OLED screens are much better looking, but much crisper. You can definitely tell a difference between LED and was it LCD? No, it's LCD and OLED. Okay, see, I'm getting my terminology mixed. OLED and LCD screens. Yeah, there's a clear difference between the two. You can definitely tell one is better than the other. You know, so, like, especially You know, not just looking at it through like YouTube videos, but actually seeing the screens up front, because I occasionally go to like one of my local stores and I take a look at the televisions because I want to see what television I get. OLED screens look so much better. You know, they just look so much better. I don't know why the Switch 2 is not going to be OLED. They're starting to turn gaming into a luxury instead of a hobby. Well, I mean, I would say like to an extent, gaming has been a pretty expensive hobby. You know, it's for the most part, like if you're getting into gaming, regardless of what you choose, it's going to be about a maybe $400 to $500 entry fee just to get your foot in the door. But at the same time, though, once you do start getting that, yeah, like Calcor said, yeah, gaming has always been expensive, sadly. Yeah, games back in listen to me. I'm gonna be. Games back in the day used to cost an arm and a leg. I remember when Super Mario 64 used to be super expensive. Yeah, older games used to be like, yeah, I know people have pointed this at, oh, games used to cost like this much back in the day, and you know, so what's the issue? Well, games back then, you got the cartridge. You know, there was no, like, the internet was not as big as it was now. You got the cartridge. You got a nice little display box to put your game in. You got a manual. And in some cases, like, say, Donkey Kong 64, you got the expansion pack, you know, like, you can place into your system and it adds more RAM to your system. Or, like, just, like, I don't know any other examples, but, like, especially going into the PS2 era, you got, like, these beautiful manuals. Sometimes they'll come with stickers or decals to put on your controller or put on your case, or not, maybe not the gaming case, but you know, just like something extra, maybe even pins, I don't know, but just small things included with the game that just make it worth the price. Whereas now that everything's digital, you just get the game. There's no box, there's no manual. I mean, even manual started to go just pretty boring, because once you start hitting the PS3 and Xbox era, manuals have just gotten boring, like really boring. Like the dot hack cases are a good example of getting all. Oh, absolutely. Like, guys, like for those who are not too familiar with the older dot hack games, like iMock, basically their cases, like each cover case was just absolutely beautiful. But if you stack them on the shelf, it will slowly reveal a picture of Kite riding a grunty. It was an amazing little detail that, like, it just added more charm to the games, you know? Like, maybe not to the games themselves, but it's just kind of like on a display, hey, you know, like, iMock, you know, you can tell what games there are because you see the picture of Kite on a grunty, because hey, oh, yeah, I wanted to look for dot hack. Oh, there's the grunty, I'll just pick out the game. Whereas games nowadays, yeah, you have the names on it on the side, but there's really not any distinctive eye catches. I think that's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, but the English only cases, I have 4 JP versions and they're kind of boring. The discs look so much nicer. Oh yeah, like, I guess it depends on the region, like you said, Calcor. Like some regions, like, yeah, they could get a bit boring, but when it comes to like American games and American releases, at least back then, like they're like so much more beautiful. I would say that's not always the case. Sometimes it's reversed. Let's see, what game was it? I think I remember seeing Castlevania The Lament of Innocent, like the JP cover art, just looking so much better than the American one. While it was still nice, it's just like, it didn't really... I much preferred the older art, you know, for that version, you know? It's like, games used to be, like, you used to get so much of games, you know? It's funny to think about it now, like, people talk about, like, digital versus physical, and we are now, like, whether we like it or not, we are in a digital age. Everything is downloadable now. And, like, physical collector's editions are sadly being dwindled out. Like, only a few companies still do physical editions. Like, I think Baldur's Gate 3 had a physical edition where you actually got a statue along with character sheets and everything for each of the main cast. Whereas, like, I don't know, man. Like, Yeah, this is me, Boomer Claude. Boomer Claude is saying, I miss the good old days where I could just pop in Super Mario World and enjoy my time. No microtransactions, very little game-breaking glitches, or if it is, I can go and exploit them. Or at the very least, just having a grand old time. No internet connection. No, we're PS2 era kiddos. I want my discs. Oh yeah, like that's the thing about, like, if we're comparing Nintendo to, like, just say PS2 for instance. PS2 actually came out superior because they were able to fit more on their disc, whereas Nintendo still kept with cartridges, or at the very least in the GameCube's case, it was much smaller discs. Like, the GameCube discs, I think, could hold up to maybe 3 gigabytes at most, whereas the PS2 can hold much more. Like, I don't know how much more, but it was because of the size of the disc, you were able to do so much more with it. I actually missed 2016, where we have both physical and digital. Yeah, and let's actually take a leap back, even back then. So the reason why digital games cost less back then is because, like, you had the physical games. Like, the production costs were more, so of course they were going to charge more for physical. But the digital games were about maybe $10 cheaper, or something like that, because you could just download it straight to your computer. And I guess companies thought, hey, we could just rely on digital. We could charge the same amount. We're not going to give anything extra. We'll just charge more. I was like 2.5. The PS2 could go to around 4. Yeah. Let's see. When the PS2 came out, when did I think the PS2 came out, what is it, like 99, 2000? Something like that. You might, Calcor, maybe you might be able to help me out with this. So the PS2 came out, I want to say, like, early 2000s, something like that. Because I know, like, Dot Hack iMod came out in 2001. That was early in the PlayStation 2's life cycle. So it's got to be like early 2000s, at least for here in the States. Maybe it's 99 in Japan, but those three were 2000, and then the original Xbox was 2001. Thank you. So yeah, 2001. I was, let's see, in 2000 I was 6 years old when the PS2 came out. I didn't get a PS2 until a few years later. So my first gaming experience was on Game Boy Color, and then we bought an N64, and then we got a PS2. We actually skipped the PS1 because, actually no, I don't know when I got a PS1. It might have been later in life, but I got a PS2. Yeah, we got a PS2, and then I moved to Xbox 360, and then I got a PS4, and then my absolute final console is, well, console or gaming anything will be my PC that I'm playing right now. It's one of those things where, is he going to charge me extra? At least, if he's going to charge me extra, at least give me early access to DLC or something. Well, I mean, here's the thing, like, even then, like, there are some games that have DLC right on the disc. It's on the disc itself, but it's just a key, which I think is wrong, you know? If it's on the disc, you should just be able to access it right then and there. My first gaming console was a GameCube. That is nice. The GameCube had good games on it, but it just was a little bit lackluster considering the PS2 at the time was pretty much dominating that era. I was 7, and the first thing I ever saw on the PS2 was Final Fantasy X. Yes, Final Fantasy X. My god, that was a great game. I loved it so much, I ended up buying the HD remasters, like, I want to say, like, 5 years ago. I actually got the special edition on sale, so I got the little calendar that came with it. And that's what I mean, it's just like games used to come with things, like just small things that you can just own, like, as a collector, which is pretty nice. But they don't, like, a lot of games just don't do that anymore. And like, and if they do have a deluxe edition, it's usually just digital goods, which is fine and all, but I don't know, just there's something about owning physical copies of something, you know, just makes me like, it just makes me want to buy the game even more, you know? I remember when Dark Souls 2 came out. I had never played a Souls game before, but I remember seeing like the deluxe edition for it. It was a metal case. It was like one of those nice metal cases that that had like the what's his name? I don't know the actual name of the warrior that was on there, but basically they had this warrior on the front. It was nice and decorated. Like you had the game inside, you also had the soundtrack in it, and like it was just those little things, those little extra things for the deluxe edition that made it worth it. Whereas now it's just like they're few and far between, you know? I don't know, man. Gaming is getting weird. We're in a weird place in gaming, you know? A lot of people are anticipating a gaming crash, a la, you know, maybe not a la, like a la ET, that's what it was called. Yeah, it's just like ET, that in a very similar way ET whereas that they had all these different copies of something, but they just couldn't sell them. And that's, I think we're getting close to that. Now, there are still going to be people buying it, don't get me wrong, in terms of like the Switch 2's case, but I think we might be leading into another gaming industry crash, which it's kind of scary thought to think about, you know? Because all these companies are raising their prices and just kind of, like, they're, like, I think it was you, Kelkior, that said, like, gaming is already an expensive hobby. Well, it's going to get even more expensive, and then when everyone is priced out, who's going to buy your product, you know? Which is why I'm appreciative of games like Clair Obscura, Oblivion, like all these games that cost $50. Like, can you imagine that? Selling a game at $50 and like you keeping the cost of the games low. And like you keep the cost of the games low, you can still have good graphical fidelity and a clear vision, and you'll be able to make bank. Now, Clair Obscura, I think they had a pretty low budget, considering that that was their first game. Like, it was a new French, they were a new French developer, not developer, studio, that ended up making Clair Obscura. They already sold like a little over 2 million copies of that game, selling it at $50. Now, from what I hear, the budget of that game wasn't very high, so they definitely made their money's worth of that game, and it's still being sold, and like, the reviews of that game just looked so good. It is the Final Fantasy game that we wanted out of Square Enix for the long time. I think, like, the Final Fantasy series kind of, like, diminished after Final Fantasy X, you know? Because, in regards to the series, now don't get me wrong, there's still great games in the Final Fantasy series. There's Final Fantasy XII, which I do like, but... And there's also, like, I know a lot of people like Final Fantasy 13. Like, it used to be, like, one of the most hated games back in the day, but I think 15 kind of took that mantle. But, yeah, there's just, like, so many games that in the Final Fantasy series, they moved away from turn-based, and people have been wanting a traditional Final Fantasy for a long time. Something akin to Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy IX, but... Square just didn't want to do that. They wanted to make the games action focused. And then Clair Obscura comes around. Not only is it turn-based, but it's what was the game? I think it was using a combat system similar to Legend of Dragoon, I think it was, where it's reactionary turn-based, where you input the command, but you have to be precise with certain actions in order to do the most damage or block a certain amount of damage. It's still better pricing than straight up $100. Oh yeah, like, again, I could buy 30 or 20 games with that amount of money. Oh yeah, that's another thing I should bring up. The idea that Grand Theft Auto might be $100 on release. Now, that is, like, the game looks good. Now, we haven't seen any gameplay yet, which I'm kind of worried about, but Grand Theft Auto 6 looks so good. Like, you can definitely tell where the money went with that game. And the fact that they're delaying it for another year kind of gives me a little bit of hope that they're polishing things more. But if it releases at $100, you will see games become $100, or at least $90. And that is not hyperbole. That's probably what's going to happen, and especially if people are willing to spend $100 for those games. So despite what we as gamers who like keep track of the gaming news and everything, just taking a look at things, like if people are willing to spend $100 on Grand Theft Auto, other companies are going to see that and start charging 100, or at least close to it. There's only one reason I would ever buy GTA 6 when it comes out. I can't even read it. The only reason why I would buy GTA 6 when it comes out is only if it comes out on PC at the same time as console versions. Honestly, I can understand that. If it comes out of PC, I highly recommend waiting for a sale, especially if it's going to be sold at $100. Definitely wait for a sale. GTA is, let's be honest, Grand Theft Auto is going to sell millions upon millions. I think Grand Theft Auto 5 sold like, what, 25 million? Like close to that? Or it's either 25 or 50 million. Something. It's something to that effect. But you know that game's going to sell. Whether we like it or not, it's gonna sell a whole lot. Which leads me to my other point, like it feels like game trailers don't really show gameplay anymore. It's just more like, look how pretty the graphics are. A lot of games are in fact like that, or they will hide, like they will make fake gameplay. Remember Anthem, like EA's presentation about like Anthem and how they tricked people into thinking that this was real game footage of the Anthem, only to turn out that it was similar, but it wasn't like it showed in the trailers, you know? So there are like you said, DOJ, there are plenty of companies that are just like, oh, here's a pretty trailer, you know, get hyped for the game, you know? And it's just like, there's very little gameplay. Now, again, there are other companies that are doing both gameplay and cinematic trailers. Celeste 2, a D&D game, essentially. It looks very good. It showed both a cinematic view and, like, we got to play a very rough demo of the game, which, honestly, if it ran better on my PC, I probably would stream it better, but as it currently stands, it doesn't run, the demo doesn't run particularly well, like, in terms of my setup. It might be different with you guys, but it is very, very, like early build of that game. That's the same thing that happened to Watch Dogs 1, and that's my favorite game, at least top 15. Oh yeah, where like it was shown to be one thing, but it was actually another. I mean, I'm glad it's now one of your top 15 games, that it kind of like bounced back from that. But the fact that you have, like, not you personally, Jay, but you, the company, have to lie to your audience essentially. Like, hey, you know, we're going to give you this game, but in reality, it's nowhere near finished yet. So we're going to give you this in this placement. And, oh yeah, going back to the whole, like, deluxe edition things, I remember Fallout 77 having so many major controversies with their deluxe editions, or whatever editions they want to say. The tote bags are just, they weren't high quality. Like, I think they had to recall some of the helmets as well because they, like, some bad material. I don't know, like, what material was used to make the helmets, but I know they had to recall some of the helms. And then they were selling, like, these, like, either jackets or jumpsuits or something like that that were just also low quality, it looked like. Hey, Warlords, how's it going? We were just talking about this game. Hey! You're just talking about Fallout 76? Yeah, so currently hey, good to have you here, Warlord. So the discussion right now that we're talking about the gaming industry with more of a focus towards Nintendo and Palworld, but pretty much the state of gaming as a whole. Where, like, I was using Fallout 76 as an example about the controversies of deluxe editions, about how there are some physical releases that end up being even worse than what people imagine, you know? Like, 16 times the detail, not really, but, you know, we're gonna give you a product. It's not 16 times the detail, it's more like 0.5, you know? I hear that Fallout 76 is doing better. Like, I think I heard, like, one of my, like neighbors like talking about like 76 and brief with me. Like they said, oh yeah, it's doing good, it's fine. You know, like I'm glad to see that it's in a much playable state than it was when it released. But in my mind, like first impressions are everything. So if a game comes out so broken that it's gonna hinder my experience, I probably won't pick it up again. And like it's just a very weird experience in the gaming industry right now, bud. Oh boy. So friends, I would say before we continue this conversation, we are coming up on ads. So go ahead and grab yourself a drink and a nice little snack, and we'll be right back after these messages. Alright, and we are in fact back. Let me go ahead and catch up. The third game has more combos. So the third game, we're still talking about Fallout, right? Because Fallout does have some wombo combos, if you know what to do, you know? And especially like, I mostly play Fallout New Vegas now, because Vegas, I prefer Vegas' story more than I do, like 3's. But 3 is still a pretty good time, I would say. What was I talking about? I was talking about something. We were talking about the gaming industry as a whole. And so, I would say, I'm just trying to think, like, oh yeah, yes, I just took a look at the topic of the streams, like the title, and we were talking, well, the main subjects that I do talk about is not just the gaming industry, but the focus on Palworld and the Nintendo lawsuit currently on. Like I said, I am no lawyer, so do not come to me for lawyering advice. I am just a streamer on YouTube, so take what I say with a grain of salt. But I think like Nintendo is definitely in the wrong of this case. Like just because they can sue doesn't mean they should, especially since like their patents are like. Here's the thing about Nintendo, and let me just start with Nintendo and their patents. Nintendo has thousands of patents. We're talking like maybe 6,000 or 7,000 different patents from vending machines. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Nintendo has patented vending machines in video games. Which, how do you even get that patented? Vending machines have been a thing in gaming for a long time. To, again, the gliding mechanics, the creature capturing mechanics, flying mounts, and everything. So the fact that Nintendo just somehow got the clear for these patents when they didn't invent them, I think that's going to be their biggest crux. Because they're going to have to, first and foremost, Nintendo's going to have to prove that they're the ones that did it first. And let's go down the line for the various things that Nintendo thinks they own, like in regards to this Palworld case. So, first and foremost, they are saying the first patent that I took a look at was the capturing mechanics. Now, I don't remember the full language of it, but it was pretty much you toss an object at a creature to capture it, and then you can re-summon that creature. Well, a lot of games have actually done creature capturing aspects prior to them doing this patent. Pocket Pair's own Craftopia was a very similar system where you took objects to capture creatures. It wasn't like too similar to Palworld in a way. It was just kind of like, at least I haven't played Craftopia, so I don't know too much about that game, but I know that they do have those capturing mechanics in that game. Then you also got Temtem, you know, you got... Now, I'm not sure about the Shin Megami Tensei series. I think you just convinced the join you and they will, or something to that effect. One of the big, that's what I was saying, like Shin Megami Tensei. Like, I don't know how the capturing works in that game. I remember seeing footage and like, oh yeah, you convince a demon to join you, and then they join the party, you know? So, I don't think that's probably the example that I'm looking for here, because the language of the patent is taking an object, throwing it, capturing the creature, and then you're able to summon it back as a combatant. So, yeah, again, Pocket Pair's Craftopia is one example of that. There's also Temtem. There's also mods. Yes, we also got to consider not just official games, but mods. Anything that has exist will be used in this case. Not just like not just actual official games, but mod support. There was also talk, like back when this case was first blowing up, of a GTA 5 mod where they included Pokemon mechanics, like the capturing mechanics. Yes, there was a mod for Grand Theft Auto, funny enough, going full circle back to Grand Theft Auto, where you can capture Pokemon in that game that predates, I think, like either Craftopia and, you know, Pokemon Legends Arceus or and such. You know, it's funny. It it's real funny to see also that some of these games that, you know, predate Nintendo are Nintendo games. So it is funny to see if Nintendo loses this lawsuit because a judge or whatever, a judge, jury, whatever, I don't know the legal system over there, but whoever makes the decision for why Nintendo would lose would be, oh, it's because you did this before, but you didn't patent it, so that's prior art, you know? So the second patent that Nintendo is suing for, I believe it is, I think it is the gliding mechanics. Again, the order of this might be wrong, but bear with me. So the gliding mechanics is basically going from ground to air and flying through the air with a animal of some sort. So there are plenty of examples of games that have you glide, essentially, with animals. My example was Castlevania Curse of Darkness, a Konami game from 2005. One of the innocent devils is a bird type, and one of their main features is gliding. So if Nintendo wants to say that they own gliding with animals, you know, they could just turn to that game and say, no, Konami did this before you did. And that's already that already invalidates that thing. But I think the third patent, again, I'll have to look into it again, but I think the third patent talks about mounts, not just gliding, but actual flying or water mounts, just anything that allows you to just mount a creature and then unmount it. I think they also have a patent for them, and they were using in this case. Many games have used mounts, many games have used mounts in one way or another. I think the earliest example I can find, for a 3D game, was it was a game that came out in 1990. Can't remember off the top of my head, but basically you got to ride dragons in a 3D space. It was a very old game, but the point I'm trying to make is that as it currently stands with Nintendo, all of their patents, at least in my mind, in my non-professional opinion, are pretty invalid because they've already existed prior to them filing these patents, you know? It's just... what? I don't know what's going to happen with Nintendo at Palworld. You know, we also don't know what Nintendo is going to say as a response to, you know, the Pocket Pair using these examples. They could just come out and say, oh, yeah, these may exist, but we got the patent, so that means we own it. And at least here in the US, basically there's a thing called first to file. If you file for a patent and it gets approved, you just own it, regardless of whether or not you invented the thing, which is kind of scummy, you know? Like you might not be the original inventor, but you could just own the patent for it. You know, and it's a very scummy thing. I don't know why. Look, I get the idea behind patents. You want to protect your idea, your invention, your mechanic, whatever the case may be. And honestly, you should be able to benefit off of something that you invented. But in this case with Nintendo, they really don't own these mechanics because it has been done before. A lot of these mechanics have been done in one way or another, you know? It is just one of those things where, I don't know, the case is still pretty early in its stages. We're probably not going to find out, the result for maybe another year or two, if that, because Nintendo has a history of dragging out the cases and then slowly raising their asking price. Because right now it's only, $34,000, which is remarkably low, for what the case is going to be. I would have thought they would have wanted to charge, millions of dollars for... for the infringement. I'm surprised they didn't ask for more, but in this case, no pun intended, this is a case of principles, at least in Nintendo's eyes. You don't go, quote unquote, taking, maybe not, what am I saying? You don't go taking our stuff and getting away with it. you know, oh, you made a better Pokemon game. You know, we're just gonna take that game in some way. You're not allowed to benefit off of our idea, you know. And it's a funny thing too, because Pokemon started by taking all of these ideas from all these different places. The creator of Pokemon, I can't remember what his name now, but he got inspiration for Pokemon because he went out and started collecting bugs and just kind of like documenting where he found it. I'm really paraphrasing on that origin story, but he got inspiration from the world, you know? And I'm sure, like, the team, like, back then got inspiration from other games. Final Fantasy, Shin Megami Tensei, Dragon Quest. I mean, there's definitely some Dragon Quest designs that are very questionable to Pokemon, but this isn't a case of copyright, it's more mechanics, but that's what I mean. Pokemon, like, Game Freak back in the day, they were trying out so many things. They were like testing the waters on so many things and so many ideas, and they found success through the combination of all of that. And now they see the same thing happening with Pocket Pair, how they took a collection of ideas and mechanics from other games that are well established and, you know, made it their own unique thing in their game. And when I say their own unique thing, I don't mean like I don't mean to the fact that they completely changed the system. No, I mean a lot of these are just kind of like almost one for one from other games, like the jail system from Elden Ring, or the Ark Survival. You know, the game is mostly comparable to Ark Survival with Pokemon mechanics. You know, like the Pokemon mechanics and the POWs are just maybe 33% of the game. The rest is exploration and base building. Whereas, you know, also another clear difference of Pokemon is that Pokemon has a story. Like all of their mainline games and even the side games have their own dedicated story to them. And at this time, Palworld doesn't have much of a front story. Like it has backstory, I mean, kind of needed for like setting up the world and everything, but it doesn't have a front story that Pokemon has. So while Pokemon is an RPG that is all about, you know, like storytelling, I would say, with some like elements of competitiveness, Palworld is just more of a survival game where you pretty much not take the idea of Pokemon where you're bonding with these animals and creating new things, but you're also trying to build, like, I don't know how to explain, but just kind of like build your path forward. It is a very kind of like odd thing for me to say, but it's, I don't know. Palworld has something unique going on that we haven't seen in a long while, and I shall hydrate after this battle. Thank you, Jacob. I do appreciate you. I'm gonna have to get more tea soon. But yeah, it's just when it comes to Pocket Pair, there's something about the game that feels special. Like the community of Palworld, very welcoming. They're very open about, like, the developers are very open, like at least now, like especially, you know, after this latest update, they have been open with the mechanics and just kind of like explaining like why things are the way they are. And it's just that communication that is very well appreciated. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company don't really communicate with their audience to that same degree. At least not fully. There's a weird disconnect between now with Nintendo and their products. You know? And I think now that Nintendo has become even more corporate than it's ever had been, in my opinion. Like, ever since the last CEO or last president of Nintendo, I can't remember his full name, but Mr. Iwata, since he passed away, I think the company has slowly gone more toward the corporate side of things, which it happens all the time in business. When the owner or a major figurehead sadly passes away or leaves the company, like major changes happen to, like, for better or for worse. And in this case, I think Nintendo has kind of gotten worse. I mean, they still make great games. Like the games themselves are pretty good. They are still fun to play around with. Breath of the Wild, I played that. Great game. I have issues with the durability mechanics, but it's still a fun experience. You know, Mario Kart 8. Mario Kart 8 is a fun game. You know, if you got some friends, you know, have a nice afternoon or whatever. But it's just, I don't know. I do not know. There's a big shift when it comes to Nintendo now. That we would just have to wait and see what's going to happen. Because usually whatever Nintendo does, other companies follow. Since they've now opened the floodgates to $80 games, you know, we will just have to see. I don't know. I mean, I think the Switch 2 is going to do well, but at the same time, I think with all these issues, it's really going to hinder the hinder the expectations a bit. Again, I don't see the Switch 2 earning the same amount of sales as the Switch 1, especially for the myriad of systems that it's going to have. And also, you got to keep in mind that the Switch 1, one of the reasons why I think that the Switch 1 did so well is because while it didn't release in the time of the worldwide pandemic, but while it didn't release during that time, it was released at a good... No, it wasn't really. It was around an opportunity where everyone was looking for something to do. Like, since they were trapped inside their homes, they couldn't really do much, so what do? You bought a game system. And the cheapest one at the time was, in fact, Nintendo Switches. People saw the price. You know, even myself, I bought a, Switch Lite because, while I did enjoy my PS4, I wanted to try something new. I wanted to try some Nintendo games. I can't remember what it was that I bought. I bought a few games for the Switch. I bought the, some ports of Crash Bandicoot. I also bought the Borderlands collection. Let's see, what else did I buy? I think I bought Breath of the Wild later on. Yeah, I haven't really touched my Switch in a long time. But yeah, I think it was like the Switch did well because it was in the time where it was most gaming was in a much higher demand. People were kind of like stuck inside the homes looking for something to do, and the Switch was a good way to pass the time. But now, thank goodness that we are out of those times, and now it's just kind of like... I do not know what's going to happen with the gaming industry. As long as we keep getting good games at a reasonable price, then I think we're going to be fine as gamers. But this gaming hobby is getting really expensive, and I think a lot of people are going to be priced out because there's a thing in I don't know how else to explain it, but there's an idea called the scoff tax. Basically what that means is that when you go in to buy pretty much anything, it doesn't have to be video games, but when you go take a look at anything, pick up one object that you think you want to buy, you take a look at the price and be like, well, I mean, that's a little bit expensive for my taste. Maybe I'll go look for a much cheaper alternative. That's what I mean by scoff tax. They take a look at the price, they scoff at that, and either don't buy it or just find a good alternative of it. And it's just people are more kind of not antsy, but people just want to... I forgot what I was going to say. Friends. My mind just went to blank. Yeah. Oh yeah. People don't have that money. People don't have a whole lot of money to work with these days. They just don't. The music sounds like not Naruto Ultimate Ninja 2 and 3 for the PS. Oh, you're talking about my background music. It's not from that, but honestly, now that I think about it, yeah, they do kind of sound like it. I think a lot of these tracks now, I don't remember exactly, but I got from a D&D, not D&D, but a website for tabletop gaming, where here's the background music, you could use at your games, and I just decided to pick them up, and you know, put it as my background for this, because let's be real, guys. Would you rather listen to these tracks, or would you rather listen to the cave music of GU for hours and hours on end? You know, at the very least, for this selection I have here, it rotates every now and then, you know? Again, I don't remember what tracks I added with that. I think I added like maybe 7 or 10 different songs that rotate within each other. So you really can't tell that they're the same songs over and over. But so how do you lock on those floors so fast? Oh, all these floors. What do you mean by all those floors? Can you elaborate, Warlord? Yeah, just a little bit. I do not know what you mean by unlocking all the floors. Floors. What can you mean by unlocking all those? Locking all the floors. What do you mean? What's it mean by that? What do you mean by that, Warlord? You mean like in this game or in like other games? Like. Or do you mean how do I end up doing these like dungeons so fast? Hey, Vanitas, welcome. I'll go ahead and spawn a chim for you. Here we go, my dude. Take this chim. Where is he? There he is. There's the chim. Oh, for leveling so fast. Oh yeah. Come on, game. There we go. So I don't really unlock the. I don't unlock this. This is the very first. Wait, you want a chim? Oh yeah, you can spawn a chim. I'm not sure if there is a timer on the spawn a chim, but basically you can redeem 100 key core points to spawn a chim onto the screen. As for your question, Warlord, basically I'm just doing the one dungeon. Basically, this is the first dungeon of .hack GU. Like, as soon as you enter this dungeon, you've pretty much unlocked it. And for, like, how I do this dungeon so fast, basically, I've done this thousands of times already for this challenge, so I kind of know the layouts of everything, so I could say on average, I think I clocked it. For every dungeon clear I do of this, like at least for this route, I used to do the much longer route where I do the entire dungeon getting like 30 experience and like at a time versus like the 18 that I'm getting now. So like this current dungeon run takes me about like 2 minutes and 30 or so seconds, give or take, per dungeon run, depending on, you know, how fast I'm defeating these enemies. So, you want to know something funny, Claude? Tell me something funny, Vanitas. Tell me a joke. Is it a knock-knock joke? I do love knock-knock jokes. Knock-knock jokes are pretty funny. Or are you saying that you want to know something funny, Claude? In fact, yes, I can be funny. I'm a very funny person. Whichever interpretation you want to go with. I mean, either I'm funny, or you want to tell me something funny, or perhaps I'm funny looking. In 3, you have a lot more. Oh yeah. Oh, so that's what you mean by 3. Oh, excuse me. So in .hack Volume 3, yes, you do have a lot more combos. You have like you don't have just the twin blades, and I theoretically could. No, actually, no, I couldn't. Here's the thing how I've been doing this. So the rules I have set for myself, I am not allowed to gain any experience outside of this dungeon. The problem is now, I am at the point of the story where I need to fight an elder tree, I think that's what it's called. It is a boss in this level 8 field, and I cannot, for the life of me, defeat that. Otherwise, I'll gain experience, thus defeating the purpose of the challenge. So I do not have access to the broadsword. The greatsword, I should say. I do not have access to greatsword, and I have to wait until Volume 2, which, honestly, considering how we're doing this, we're going to be doing Volumes 2 and 3 as well for this challenge. 2 and 3 are going to be much better, like, for the level grind, because we will have access to speed boosting, we'll have the greatsword, and hopefully the scythe. I think the scythe is going to, like, give us a whole lot of advantage. So a little less funny, more ironic. I found the poem for the Epitaph of Twilight. Oh yes, I think I found like a section of that as well. It might not be like the full thing, but I remember I was researching the Epitaph of Twilight, and I did end up finding a little bit of it for a video that I made a while back. I wonder why they give Haseo Sasuke's hair, but the silver recolor. Well, it's funny that you say that, Warlord. Is that, believe it or not, Haseo is voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, and he also does the voice for Sasuke and Naruto. It's just funny how these things work out. So why don't you hit level 50? Okay, I can't read. So why don't you hit level 50? You can just one-tap everything. What? I could cheat. Are you? I meant to say, once you hit level 50, you can one-tap everything. Yeah, okay. For a moment, I thought you were implying, oh, Claude, why don't you cheat? You know, this challenge is easy if you end up getting an experience cheat and just kind of one hit, 20,000 experience. No, but now with that clarification, once you hit level 50, you can one-tap everything. Oh, I'm already one-tapping everything. I mean, let me give you this fight, for example, coming up. I am just quite literally hitting everything for 3,000 damage. 5,000 in this case. Do you have fire style magic yet? No. Actually, hang on, let me check. Yes, I do! I've got fireballs! I do, Warlord. Hey, Calker, we're going to spawn a chim. Let's see, which chim are we going to spawn? Let's do this one. Where's the chim? Where's the chim? He's right there. You know what? I'm just going to have him peeking out from the corner. There we go. Look, he's a happy little guy. He's a happy little guy, you know? We can see that. A very happy little guy. He's bouncing around on the screen. So don't forget, he also voiced Ben 10 in the new Spider-Man games. Oh, absolutely. Yuri has done so much work over the years. Like he's one of my favorite voice actors. Like he puts his all into a performance, regardless of if a script is good or not. He will make the script good. Like maybe not make the script good, but he will. Excuse me. He is like one of my favorite voice actors. I wish you get Chidori 8 this game. Yeah, I mean, we sort of get like, we can sort of have Haseo learn wind spells. I mean, and that uses a little bit of lightning. Yeah. I mean, the thing is with this game in particular, you can put magic on Haseo, but his magic stat is Boosh. Here, let me show you. Let me show you how pitiful this damage is. Look at that. 70 damage. 70 damage per hit for 3 hits. That is 100 damage. We are 20 levels over, and we cannot one-shot with magic. That's how pitiful. That is how pitiful Haseo's magic stat is in this game. The fact that I was able to defeat them as easily as I did. It took 3 hits to defeat. Like the first hit didn't even defeat them. It was the second and third hit. And our physical attacks are now doing like 9 or almost 3,000 damage, you know? Is it better to say that I won a Naruto and Dot Hack crossover? I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised. Like if they're like Dot Hack has done cross promotions with other games, mostly with similar themes and environments, like Sword Art Online. I know they did like some mini crossover with that. BOJ, we got a Dot Hack Naruto Storm game for the PS3. Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, there was a Dot Hack Versus. I want to play that game, but I do not have a PS3, and I know imports are gonna get pretty expensive. So yeah, Dot Hack Versus is like, it looks good. It looks like a fun game. It's a short game from what I've seen, but it is a Dot Hack fighting game. You know, it takes characters from across the Dot Hack verse, kind of similar to Link, but instead of, you know, an RPG, it is a It is a fighter. I played it at my roommate's. He hates me in it. Yo, Orbo, what's going on, my dude? I hope you're having a fantastic night. Welcome. Good to have you. Good to have you here. Yeah, Dot Hack Versus looks like it looks so good. I just don't have a PS3 nor any way to import it currently. I guess I'll have to wait for the imaginary day that all the Dot Hack games get re-released. The only thing I don't like about the game is the character designs. I don't think it translated well. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, they're fine. Like, for the PS3, they're okay, but yeah, I can kind of see like where some people will be like, nah, this is not good, no good. These character designs, they don't look so good. Oh man, it's just what they need to do, they need to port the rest of the Dot Hack collection over here to the States somehow. You know? Give us Link, give us Versus, give us some of the OVAs. We definitely need them. Fantasy Live tomorrow for deluxe edition pre-orders. Ooh, I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I mean, I can't pre-order games right now because I have no money, but that is a recommendation. I can definitely take a look at that Orbit. That sounds cool. They had Dot Hack versus Sword Art Online app game, but it never made its way outside of Japan. Versus doubles as a D. Yeah, man, why must we not get these wonderful things? Can't we just get ourselves some good content? Some good Dot Hack content over here in the States? I don't know. Hopefully for hopefully CyberConnect's 30th anniversary will give us the Dot Hack game of our dreams that we've all been wanting for. It is their 30th anniversary come February. Like, we are coming pretty close to that. I also bought Dot Hack Quantum, the OVAs. I thought Quantum was fine. I thought it was a pretty decent OVA series. I mean, I don't think it's bad and I don't think it's good. It's just kind of there. I liked Beyond the World. I think Beyond the World was a much better handled Dot Hack like movie, I guess you could say. But you know, I just would now. It's funny that I say Beyond the World. I want to see what the world. I think it was like the World RX or something like that. I want to see what the World RX could do. Give us a setting in the World RX. CyberConnect, Bandai, whoever's listening in right now. You know, give us. Well, you should check out Zenith: The Last City. Ooh, I probably should. I probably should. I'll probably have to window shop because I do like window shopping for games and be like, I want that. I'll have to wait to buy that. But yeah, Zenith: The Last City. I'm gonna have to remember that along with Fantasy Life because those sound like interesting titles. Those sound like good games, I would say. But yes, guys, I'm really hoping for, at least it's not Volume 4, aka Glorified Epilogue game. Look, I'm not going to give Volume 4 too much flack. Yes, I don't like Volume 4 as well, but CyberConnect, I think from what I saw, had 6 months of development to get the last recode out because of GU's 15th anniversary. So I can cut CyberConnect a little bit of a slack because they were on a crunch. And so they couldn't really flesh things out as fast as they should, you know? Like, if they had more time to cook, regardless of anniversaries or whatnot, then maybe Volume 4 would have been better. But I think the other thing we also got to keep in mind is that this is a PS2 game. Like, you can only do so much to touch up like graphics and mechanics. I mean, the fact that Volume 4 you do not have access to the keyword system, and that's a lot of thing that that's something that we keep in mind. Volume 4, or I should say, like the Dot Hack series as a whole, is known for their keyword system, or well, I mean they're actually known for the story, but of all the games to have ever come out, of all the games to be released, Hack's identity gameplay-wise is with its keyword system. Like, you can say what you want about like the MMO systems of IMOC or even like the action, like turn to action based combat here, but the keyword system is what made those games stand out gameplay-wise, where you can just click a random button, get a series of words, and then just teleport to that location. Now, granted, there was a lot of copy and paste with these games because they were PS2 games. But the fact that you can go to a different area every time, like a sort of procedurally generated area with different enemies, different items and such, like there's only so much you can do. Like, and I'm not surprised that they couldn't do the keyword system. Heck, they could even get the keyword system functioning within .hack Link, you know? Because Link also didn't have the keyword system. That system is so complicated, and it takes a lot of resources, surprisingly enough, to get it all set up. I actually put together that Haseo was present during the original games and such. Yes. Hey, Beeboo, welcome, welcome, and you're spawning a chim. Spawn a chim, Beeboo. Okay, let's find another chim. Let's find the chim. Find the chim. Have this chim. You got the rare chim, and he's gonna be dancing. Good morning. Yes, good morning, my friend. I hope you're having a fantastic night. Welcome, welcome. You got the rare chim. Congratulations. Yes. So, I'm gonna put a spoiler alert for those who are not too versed into the .hack universe. 3, 2, 1. Okay. So, yes, you put together that, you know, Haseo was in the original games and in Sign. I would say he wasn't really present technically in IMOC, he was only there in flashbacks, but Sign especially. He was, in fact, he wasn't Haseo at that time, he was Sora. And, let's just say Sora's player was a kid named Ryu Misaki. He was only 11 years old. And, oh boy, that kid went through hell. He got his character Sora got transformed into the embodiment of death. Ryu himself went into a coma, and after everything of that was done, he woke up with no memory of any of that actually happening. You know? I still think they need to give us Fragment already. Oh yeah, like Vanitas, that is a good point to talk about. Fragment. Fragment made so many improvements to IMOC, like the conveniences. I've actually played a little bit of it before I even hopped on stream today. Just playing Fragment, there's just so many conveniences, and the fact you get to choose your own class, you get to make your own .hack character. You know, granted, there are limited options, like limited models and such, but you can mix and match how you see fit. You want to be a big, tall, fat, you know, axe-wielding maniac, you can. Or do you want to be a very small spellcaster that is thin as a twig? You could do that. You know, it's like the customization in Fragment for 2005 was pretty good. You know, not to mention if you modernized it, you know, give it. I don't think they'll be able to do it because they don't have the source code for IMOD anymore, or even Fragment for that matter. Does Fragment have a story as a straight up gameplay? It does have a story. It's a non-canon interpretation of what happens after the IMOC games, but yes, it does have a story. It has characters from Sign, it has characters from IMOC. You know, like, it just kind of, there is a story mode to it. I can't tell you what the story is, mostly because I honestly don't pay attention after making so many characters for the ranking video, but I would say that it does have a story, and like a pretty decent story at that, you know? Not to mention, like, it plays exactly the same as IMOC, just with a few added conveniences. Like, for one, you don't have to go into the menu as often, because now they have certain shortcuts that you can activate. Like, for example, like, when you go into battle, you can hold, like, a combination of either R1, L1, L2, or R2 along with a button, and then you could just do the move. Like, for example, if I want a quick heal, and if I have it set to that button, I'll press R1 and X to quickly heal. Or if I wanted to do data drain, I could just set it to L1 and circle, so that way I know, hey, I want a data drain, quick cast. You don't need to go into the menus as often as you did in iMock, which is very nice, you know. While some of the items are also changed, like some of the rare items are not present with some of the enemies in the game, funny enough. There are some like benefits to having having certain classes, you know? Couldn't they just get copies of the games and rebuild the code? They probably could. It is not uncommon to see like older games get built from the ground up. A good example of this is Kingdom Hearts 1. Believe it or not, Square Enix, when they were doing the 1.5 collection, they also didn't have the source code for Kingdom Hearts 1. So you want to know what they did? They built the game from the ground up. I don't know if they used any of the like code that they did have, but they built the game back from the ground up, and it looks like a one-for-one copy of Kingdom Hearts 1. You can't tell the difference. You would think it was just the ROM, like the PS2 ROM or something like that. But no, they built it from the ground up, and in theory, CyberConnect could do the same for Fragment and the iMock games. Like, they could build it from the ground up, although I will go back to saying the keyword system is probably going to be their biggest hurdle, you know, because in iMock, there are at least 42,000 different keyword combinations for areas. And while a lot of them are rinse and repeats, you know, with enemy placements and environments, you know, especially with iMock, it is going to take a long time to get that set up. You know? I'm aware, but I think some companies make things more complicated than it needs to be. I think so too. I'm not going to disagree with you there, because especially since a lot of companies now it's just like, okay, what is going to make us money? Like, what is going to earn us, like, all of these accolades, all these, like, you need to sell 3 million copies in order to be successful, 5 million copies, 10 million copies, whatever the case may be. I think, just, like, a good example of that is Square Enix. Like, despite Final Fantasy Rebirth selling, like, 3 million copies, it was considered a failure because it didn't meet the 5 million quota. So, that's what I mean, like, a lot of companies are so focused on the numbers, but the chart says, but you know, like, but our quarterly reports say, you know, and so on and so forth. You know, I say that if they want to remake Fragment, here's what I ideally want to happen. If you're going to rebuild iMock from the ground up, also include Fragment as the sort of unlockable mode. You know, like once you end up completing all 4 games, you unlock Fragment mode, which is pretty much .hack Fragment, where you can make your own character within the world with its own any story. Now, it doesn't have to have voice acting or anything. I know Fragment doesn't really have voice acting per se. Like, it doesn't have any voice lines from what I saw. It's... Whew, boy. I'm talking about a minute. Just, the idea is there. If you rebuild iMock, include Fragment. Now, and especially now since, you know, you can easily connect with people online without needing AOL, dial-up, or whatever. You know, like, a lot of people are more connected to the internet now more than ever, and I think, like, it is possible, and it has been proven that, you know, you can play Fragment, you know, via emulation and proper setup, you know? I mean, people have made dedicated servers for Fragment. I mean, like... I would say if you are going to go the route of emulation, buy the game, like get it imported somehow. Why not do like a Fragment but in R2 and we'll go further? Yes, honestly, I would love that. Like a Fragment. Here we go. Here's a name for that. .hack second Fragment. You know, I know that's .hack second Fragment. I do like the name of that. How about .hack? Yeah, second Fragment is probably the best one I could come up with. But I know what you mean. It's like if they were going to do anything like within the GU setting, they should make a Fragment too. let us play with these classes. Let us play not just as an adept rogue, but as a like edge punisher, road partisan, harvest cleric, whatever it may be. Hell, I've even like it's because of this game that I got inspired to actually make my own fragment too. It's funny that you say that, Vanitas, because well, again, I did not make a video game of the World War II, but I have spent a little over a year making a TTRPG version of the World War II. It is in my Discord and in .hack Network's Discord right now. I have documents upon documents of character creation things for the World War II. Or if you wanted to gather a few of your friends and play a tabletop RPG set in the World War II, you can do that right now. And the lore fragment was a beta test, so it would fit. I remember you sent it to me. Yes. Like I said, also, speaking of regeneration, I've actually added some new updates after several months. It has been since October since I've released the last update of regen, but luckily I am going through the document right now, just kind of like cleaning up some of the text, you know, make it easier to understand. Because one of my issues that I've seen with my own document and writing up regen is that I used a lot of there wasn't a whole lot of problem solving text. Like, for example, I mean, what I mean by problem solving text is that I would go on and on about how something would work when I could just sum it up in a sentence or two. I think when actually making the system and actually going in and like rereading it a year long, there's a lot that I need to update and change. Not to mention, I've also, with this new update, I've included a couple of revisions for some of the subclasses. Like the Slow Doberman Lord Partisan. Yes, I have made a Firo subclass. And, oh, that's a thing I should remember. In Regeneration, the TTRPG, you actually have subclasses for your main class. Like, for example, Lord Partisan has a subclass option called the Slow Doberman, based off of Firos III. Basically, their entire gimmick is Burning Passion. You get this buff at the beginning of combat, or you can give it to your friends via the unique skill, Firos' Diary. At the cost of having -2 magical attack, you get the Burning Passion buff. And at later levels, if more than one of your allies have this buff, you get things like more physical attack, more movement, and even an all-out attack. If all of you end up losing your buff at the same time, one grand attack. One big old attack to do damage with. Another thing that I have done, like for the changes, I've gone back and tweaked some of the tweaked some of the detriment side of things. Like I tried to balance things based off, okay, this is powerful, but you know, the give and take. I feel as though I should probably pull back on the just kind of like the negative effects a little bit, because the thing about like this setting, like it's an MMO, you want to feel powerful, but I also don't want things to be too overpowered, so I am going to go through and see what's what and who's who and who's what and all of that, you know. Excuse me. Drink. I also need to finish the Descent into the Abyss expansion, because there's a lot of subclasses that I have yet to finish. Like, as soon as I finish the main document, I'm going to be going through that, and it's kind of, kind of editing it. I'm also thinking of reworking the character sheet itself, because while I do like the design of my character sheet, I also want to make it more simplistic to go along with the simple changes that I'm making. So it'll probably be more in line with the like other tabletop character sheet, where it's just kind of like a text box separated into various different things. Instead of 3 pages, I'm going to try to condense it down to 2, but we'll see how that goes. We'll definitely see. So otherwise, like the long and short of it is, Regeneration is getting some new updates, and honestly, I think you guys would like it. I definitely think Wavemaster Summoner would work. I'm actually working on different ideas for the TTRPG, and I have some potential ideas for potential game. Yes, I think like as the Wavemaster, you know, like since I'm using R2 classes, there's really not a wave master-ish, but there actually is a summoner in the World R2. It is a Shadow Warlock. Basically, you get to summon a little goblin helper, either goblin rookie or goblin knight, that actually scales with you. You know, and I think it's very fitting because in the original IMOC games, you could summon a goblin to there was a goblin summon spell. So I wanted to pull that into the TTRPG, and I just like how that turns out. Like just making callbacks to the original game through this modern-esque game design, you know. And I'm gonna be looking through that again. I'm gonna be simplifying some of the text and everything, and we're gonna make that TTRPG like. We're going to make it the best that we can. And while I don't have too much time to dedicate to actually playtesting it, if you guys want to playtest the game and you haven't already, you can head into my Discord. Hang on, I'll just go ahead and do it real quick. You can head into my Discord. And then under regeneration updates, now you will need to click on the icon for that to open the icon under choose your subjects in order to have it open up for you, and you can just go there. You can like see all the changes that I've made to the system. Made all the changes I made to the system, and just kind of like have yourselves a grand old time, you know. Now, unlike Infinite Generation, where it's more tailored towards like a single single games, single sessions. More chims, Bee-Boo, more chims. My God, you got another rare chim. Congratulations. Congratulations, you got 2 rare chims in this session. That is amazing. Hear me out. How about a unique character skill books to learn specific skills from legendary creatures? Vanitas, it's funny that you say that, because I kinda already made a class based off about that. There also, with regeneration, there are 3 new classes. There is the Chakra Machinists, which are kind of the artificers of the machination builders. There is the Mirror Mimic, whose sole job is to go out into the world and collect skills from various enemies and then transcribe them into scrolls to sell in Makanu. That's the official lore I've written for them. So, it's funny that you say that. I'm surprised you didn't add chims as a class. Well, chims don't really have much to offer in terms of chims. However, I did have Chim Spheres used as a sort of resource for the Chakra Machinists. Now, the Chakra Machinists, basically they have like one subclass where you can go and like use either like GP, or you can use Chim Spheres to upgrade your Mecha Grunty if you chose Necromancer. Also, me and my friends have been making dot hack kits for the game Honkai Star Rail. Oh, that is nice. Yes. Oh man, I haven't played Honkai Star Rail, but it looks good, and it's good. Like you can definitely see some dot hack influence in that game. Like I see some similarities between that and dot hack. It's a very weird connection. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like, whew, man. Now I'm all fired up. Well, I mean to say you want specific skills from Haseo or someone else from the universe. Well, here's the thing. Again, I have something similar. When it comes to the various skills of the World R2, almost every single skill in this game is implemented in the TTRPG. And there's also a talent. Talents are essentially mini abilities that you can pick up if you hit certain levels and requisites. One of the features is actually called Tactician, where you can pick up any sort of skill or spell that is level 1. So yes, I actually did do that, Vanitas. Not in the same way that you're thinking of, but I definitely did do that. There's a game where oh, come on. Come on, advertisements. Come on, no, I want to scroll up. Okay, there's a game where bots. I'm trying to look at my chat, bots. There's a game Wuthering Waves that have beautiful areas that really remind me of Dot Hack and Elden Ring. honest. Oh, I'm gonna have to check that out because I do like myself some environments. I do like seeing the different vistas and just like how gorgeous some areas can be. It is going to be a cool time. It is going to be the best of times. Boom. All right, friends, we are going to be going on a break here soon. So, all right, 824, not bad. Not bad. We got 824 experience with it. All right. So, friends, we are going to be going on a break here in about 30 seconds. Yeah, by the way, I can imagine .hack. Yes, I want .hack GU to be like with modernized graphics. That would be so sick. I could just make everything hydrate. We're going to be going on break, and I need more tea. So friends, go ahead and get yourself a drink and a nice little snack, and we'll be right back after these messages. Alright, we are in fact back. Let me go ahead and catch up on the words of my wonderful, wonderful audience. So, what do we got here? So what we got? We got stuff going on. Or the IMNQ. Yes, I want the original games to be remade in some way, shape, or form. Give us the Bandai and CyberConnect. Give us iMock. We want it, please. I appreciate you. I do have an idea for an MMO, but it may never happen. Yeah. Hey, welcome back, Titan. Yes, I am back again. Yes, I am back. You're back. We're all back. Yeah, we are all here. Welcome. Yes. Yeah. What is your idea for an MMO, Vanitas? Spill the tea. Tell us what is going on in the little mind act you got going on there. What wisdom do you present to the audience? We do like ideas. We do like talking about the what ifs of the industry, because you might think it will never happen, but you never know. Like, the industry is very clever like that. I never thought we'll get a game like Final Fantasy again, but hey, Claire Obscura, came out, and it's pretty much the Final Fantasy game we've all wanted, even though it's not Final Fantasy. It is a game. Yeah. Dun 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 dun, boom boom. Feeding all the goblins. Goblin. I don't know why I was singing that. But we support, yes, this is a place for creativity, like NeoJ said. We support any and all creators in this chat. So if you have an idea, share it with the world. You never know. There might be a developer in the chat. We don't know. Like, for all you know, like, there might be like an executive from a very major game company, maybe, hopefully, that is listening in on this. Yes, thank you, Bee-Boo. It's good to be back. I missed all of you. I had to give myself some tea. So now let me properly redeem that hydrate that you did. Some nice warm tea. And you're spawning another chim! Oh my goodness! It's a chim party! Oh my goodness, look at all the chims! So many chims! Chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim tree. When you're with a chim, you'll be happy with glee. I love this, yes. It was a great idea. Honestly, this was a great idea that had the chims. Because I know how much, more chims. I know how much you all love the chims. Yeah, we do like having chims. Eventually, the screen is going to be filled with chims. It's probably going to be hard to see the game at that point. That's going to be hilarious. Maybe I should add just like one really big chim. Just kind of like the next time someone ends up doing like the chim option, I'll probably just have one of them just be absolutely huge. Like, the point where it somewhat covers the screen. I originally had an idea of completely free roam MMO. I mean, no walls, no restrictions, no freedom. No restrictions with freedom of class based off of unlock conditions. So, kind of. I want to say that's similar to Final Fantasy 14 in a way. Like, it is. Oh, okay. Well, technically, it's similar to Final Fantasy 14. There are some restrictions. Okay, maybe you got a point there. Like a completely free roam. Now, how would you balance said thing? Like, when you give the players options to go wherever, whenever, how would you go balance that? Because you also gotta consider other players. Like, if you have no restrictions, then you gotta worry about the griefer and the payers, Plot twist, the chims were Ida this whole time. So that's why they can infinitely respawn. Because look, they have the same color schemes as Ida. Sort of. At least the blue ones. The baby. If you squint. I mean, they're hiding behind the facade of this happy-go-lucky fuel source. But they're actually Ida this whole time. It was right in front of us it was right in front of us, guys. The chims have been in front of us the whole time. We just did not see it. How could I not see this? Ah, man. The chims. Chims, man. Chim-chims were like Metroids. No! No! No, Titan. The chim-chims are far from being Metroids. Chim-chims, for the most part, are defenseless creatures that give you a fuel source when defeated. Metroids take life force and absorb it into themselves. But seriously though, that would be a clever plot twist. I mean, that would be. I mean, the fact that the doppelgangers in this game were subtle foreshadowing to Kubia. Now keep this in mind. Like, the doppelgangers in this game. Like, if you're because Kubia can spawn doppelgangers, I'm likely to believe, and they could break the rules of the game. Doppelgangers are just shadows of Kubia. It's been there the entire time. No one noticed. Very good subtle foreshadowing. Ida behaves like a phase-on and phase-on trained Metroids, to be fair. I've never played too much of the Metroid Prime games to actually know too much about them, so I don't know. Then the counter system would be instance-based, locking out interface, and the versus system would be agreed upon between parties. Otherwise, penalties will recur. Well, here's the thing about that, Vanitas. Despite penalties, you know that some players aren't gonna, like, find loopholes around that. Oh, there's a penalty? Well, I mean, guess I'll just have to switch characters, you know. Oh, hey, you know, penalty for this character, I'm gonna switch to this other character that I have maxed out. Have fun. There should be a redeem for lucky animal. You know, you get a point there. You know. Hey, Bibu. Hey, Bibu. Hey, you know what, Bibu? I've got a proposition for you. I've got a very good proposition for you. Hear me out. If I pay you, could you draw me some lucky animals to be emotes and to interact with the stream as well? You know? If you don't mind the service. If you don't mind me asking, would you be alright with me buying some emotes from you? Like some lucky animal emotes, as well as, you know, like just using those same emotes for like your suggestion, being able to go and interact with it. Would you be up for that? I mean, I'm gonna have to find some way to give, like, because I live here in the States, you live in a different country, I'm gonna have to find a way to like convert the money over to your currency. But, you know, if you're up for it, I mean, I've seen a lot of axolotls. I mean, I don't know if they're shaking their head no or they're shaking their head yes. It's kind of hard to tell, but you know, there's the idea. There's the idea here. I remember PayPal was easier for that. Okay, I do have a PayPal, so yeah. Like, get together with me sometime when you have an opportunity. I know that time zones are going to be a challenge for the both of us. So, anytime that, like, I know we've been talking about another project that we're doing. We could probably put that on hold for now. But, you know, if you want, we could discuss this through secret DMs. You know, let's make this happen. You know, I think the community will be appreciative of it. You know. Of course, I will pay you for these emotes, so you're not. Yes, yes, and yes, yes. All right. So we'll talk about that more in detail in the DMs. But hey, my dude, I appreciate it. I think the community is definitely going to love it. You know, like I said, I'll pay you for the emotes, and then you will see your emotes in action. Like I'll also animate like. Now, granted, when I say animate, like these chims right now are just simple animations, like just simple animations. I'll make them bounce around the screen like I do with these chims, so you don't have to worry about actually going frame by frame doing that. But other way, I think we've got ourselves a good idea. All right, guys, looks like Bibu and I are going to be making some emotes for you all. You know, not sure when we're gonna like finish it up. But we can definitely make it work. We're definitely going to make this work for you guys. Lucky animals for all. Lucky animals that like and such. It's going to be wonderful. You get to use lucky animals in the chats and see lucky animals on the screen dancing. just like the chims. Yes, and a chim chim emote. Yes, a chim chim emote. You know what would be fun? Okay, but you know what? While we're here publicly, you know, like we're talking about this, let's talk about the various emotes that we would have for this in this theoretical sense. I like the idea of the chim chim emote. Let's see, what else? I also, I'm trying to think of like emotes off the top of my head. Like what we could do. Like the first thing that comes to mind is if you played Crimson Versus, like there's a card that says "Don't kick." So like my mind for that is just having Adelie or someone said like someone else saying "Don't kick the chim" or just "Don't kick," and just kind of like that would be one emote, just like no, just like no kicking or no, something like that. Let's see. And then the lucky animals themselves, like we can probably do something like depending on the lucky animal. If it's a Malice Cat, we can have them look like very mischievous. Like, wait, I like the kind of emotes being .hack characters. Oh yes, that would be awesome. Let me see. Now, I would say to avoid any potential copyright with Bandai and CyberConnect, we should make the .hack characters. Now, it'll be .hack characters, but why don't we create our own .hack characters? In fact, I have a couple of .hack characters that are unique to the tabletop RPG system that were made by another artist. If I can get their permission to use their likeness for these emotes, would you be willing to draw them, like, as emotes? Because I've got 3 characters in mind that this other artist drew for me for the TTRPG. If I get their permission to use their likeness for these emotes, would you be willing to draw them as emotes? That way, it'll be .hack characters. There will be original .hack characters. Yes? Awesome. Okay, I'm going to have to get in contact with HZ Leipzig. I haven't spoke with them in so long. I hope they're doing well. But they're the ones that did some of the art for Regeneration. So I'll talk to them about that. We'll get the .hack characters drawn. Well, if they say yes, of course. If they say yes, we'll get them drawn up. Yeah, slay. Yes, absolutely. Man, I think so. I don't know how many emotes that we're gonna do, but I do like the idea of having like a wide variety of them. Like one of them, like maybe Gaspard, or not Gaspard, but just kind of like a character say like being like celebratory, congratulations, that sort of thing, or maybe like some other characters looking menace, like mischievous, you know, and such. Ooh, we like that. We like this. .hack Madoka Magical would be amazing crossover. No. I've not seen Madoka Magica, and well, not everything needs to be a crossover with .hack, so no. At least not right now. But we do have ideas. We do have the ideas for emotes. Yes, me and Bibu are going to, you know, talk about emotes for you guys. Not just here on Twitch, but once we end up getting members being access to the members options for YouTube, you'll be able to use these emotes as well. Now, again, I'm not quite too sure how like emotes are gonna work for the YouTube space. So for you guys over at YouTube, I'm gonna find a way to like try to get free emotes your way. I found a free use emote base sheet ages ago since I wanted to practice emotes. Honestly, that would be great. That would be fantastic. You know? That would be a good place to start. Because, you know, with a base sheet, we'll get ideas like what kind of emotes that we want, you know, for this. And then we'll just kind of go from there. Because I do like this idea. So, everyone, go ahead and thank Bibu for, you know, like this opportunity to get emotes. Bibu, you are awesome. I look forward to designing these emotes with you. You know, like I said, of course, payment is always going to be, on the table. So we'll talk about like the prices in which you would like for these emotes, and then we'll kind of go from there. Because I do have some reserved funds for like projects like this, so yeah, we would definitely make this happen. We shall make this happen. The community will love these emotes. Woo! Yeah, woo! We do like it. We do like it whatsoever. We do like this. Woo! Woo for emotes. Woo for art. Woo! We do like this. We do like it. We like this. You know? And I think this is a good thing. See? Creativity. We support creativity and we support local artists. I mean, technically Bibu is like not so local, but you know, we support artists of all types on this stream. You know? Well, okay. We support artists that make actual art. That's the clarification. We like actual artists. Just for clear. We gotta be clear on that. When I say all types of art, I don't mean AI art. Actual artists that take their time to actually make these wonderful designs and make these wonderful things. Because you never know with some of these designs. Like some designs of art can actually lead to much better opportunities in the future, you know? Oh. Yeah. Oh, come on. Goblins. Whew, I might need to turn on my air conditioning after this next coming break because it is getting really hot over here. You know? I don't know how it is for some of you other folks who might be on opposite points of the world, but it is getting pretty hot over here. You know? It's warming up. I'm a winter guy. I'm melting like a snowman. You know, I am a winter guy. I prefer my cold weather. A blanket on my lap. But no, it has to be hot. Of course, we gotta have hot, you know, hot streamer summer, you know. We got to do that. Aha! It was summer not too long ago, but now it's autumn here. It's finally getting cold. Honestly, I love autumn. Autumn is just kind of like that transition period where it's like slowly getting cold. I hope winters are not too bad over there where you are, Bibu. Because if it's autumn over there now, oh man. If it's anything like here in States, then you good luck. If you think that's bad. Sorry, I had to say it like. Be lucky you're not in Florida. It's almost as if, you know, Florida is one of those states. It's from what I hear, it's always hot. It is always hot in Florida. Like, it's very consistent. Regardless of what season it is, it's either just fine or it's hot. There is no in between from what I'm hearing. Not to mention with all the tornadoes and all the, like, weather effects that happen down there. It's just kind of like, am I thinking right? Tornadoes or hurricanes? Or, it might be hurricane. But still, like, Florida is both one of the best areas to go to and one of the scariest places to live in. Because it's almost as if Florida is just trying to, like, break away from the United States and try to be its own continent / island. Yeah, Florida is a scary place. I mean, Florida does have Disney World and Universal Studios, like the Universal Parks, which are fun. You know, I want to go there one day. Sorry, lost connection. What were you talking about? Oh, we're talking about Florida right now. We're talking about how Florida, like, the weather is, it's either hot or just okay. There is no in between. Now, I don't live in Florida. I've been to Florida twice in my life, and that was as a wee lad. You know? Haseo versus Kirito in this death battle! Yes. Yes, honestly, of all the death battles I want to see happen, I want to see that. Haseo versus Kirito. They both have similar, I guess, characters, similar, maybe not similar arcs, but just kind of like the presentation. They're both dual-wielding users that end up growing, you know, as a character, you know? Florida has plenty of stuff to do. Yes, it does. Yes, it most certainly does. My money is on Haseo. Yes, my money is on Haseo too. Let's see. I cut out when you were talking about my idea for the MMO. Oh yeah, I was just saying. Man, what was that? I was saying stuff. I was saying stuff about that. I'm just gotta remember back at that context. Gotta think. Gotta use my mind axe. What was I thinking? Oh yeah, I was saying that. I was saying that, you know, that it's a good idea, but I could see players trying to weasel around it. Oh yeah, you're putting penalties on this one character I made? Don't worry, I have a backup. Oh, that character is fun. I'll have another backup. There does have to be some restrictions on like how it's going to be. Like there needs to be some restrictions. A Pokemon versus Palworld fight or Digimon versus Palworld fight on Death Battle would be powerful. Honestly, I'm honestly surprised Death Battle hasn't done a Pokemon versus Pals yet. But yeah, maybe we're just like not there yet. And plus with the lawsuit, you know, it's just kind of like a touchy subject for I guess some creators. You think Haseo's tattoos would be worth getting? I'm trying to think. Would they be? Maybe not the face one. Maybe not the lightning bolts on the eyes. Maybe not that. Maybe the ones on the like the upper arm. Maybe. I would say perhaps. I mean, there are some large tattoos though. Probably definitely not the one on the stomach. Because if anytime you want to go to the beach and like just be shirtless, probably not. You know, because people are gonna be looking at, oh man, what's this tattoo on this guy's stomach? You know, like most people, I don't have any tattoos, so I really don't know from personal experience, but a lot of tattoos that I've seen at my work and such, they're usually either on kind of like the forearm or on the upper arm. So those would probably be the better, the forearm tattoos, not forearm, the upper arm tattoos would probably be better in this case. Still a work in progress. I'm going to have people earning the right to control servers similar to root towns. We do like ourselves some root towns, you know? And if they get high enough guilds, they'll get themselves new area bases, kind of like in GU. I'm hoping that's the case, Vanitas. Honestly, dude, put these ideas on paper, and maybe, just maybe, if you get into game development, maybe introduce those ideas. You never know. I mean, it only takes that one small idea to branch out into something bigger, you know? Because I like that idea. Kind of like the idea a lot. Similar to Moontree and Kestrel as well. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, at least from what I'm understanding. You know, it is very similar to that. Where it's just like, if the player gets enough people in the guild and have a good reputation, they get a area word where they can set as a base, you know, like a new base of operations than the standard rooms that you get, you know? Boom. Boom. We are almost at level 28! We are almost at level 28, guys! Let's go! Yeah, we're definitely gonna get to level 28 in this room. Nice. Oh, not this room, but this dungeon. Nice. Nice. I have tons of ideas, but one of my ideas actually is based on Madoka Magica, except you're in purgatory. Well, here's the thing about Jay. I haven't watched Madoka Magica. I watched maybe like episode 1. That was it. It is not my cup of tea, but I know some people enjoy it. So I don't know too much about the series. I know that there are some. See, the moment I said the series, Titan over Truage brings it up. A dot hack Madoka Magical crossover would be amazing if done right. Maybe, maybe, I don't know. I've never seen this series. So, we got the level 28! Yeah, look at that, guys. We're level 28 now, and I didn't see the hydrate. Here we go, Jacob. At the hydrate. I hydrated. And we spawned another chim! Okay, let's go ahead and see what this chim is. You know what? We're gonna make this chim bigger. We're gonna make him huge. We're gonna make him huge. We're gonna make him huge. Hang on, how big can we make him? How big can we make him? Go. There he is. We're gonna make him huge. Look at that. Huge Chim Chim. There's one big chim chim. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so many notes. Give me 1 second. Oh no, that's just my... For a moment I thought like someone was messaging me. Bing! Big! It is big! It's a big chim chim! Big old chim chim dancing on the screen! We love it! We want more of it! Yes, I mean I had an idea to give GMs themed around a pantheon for lore purposes. Still working through the mechanics and ideas. Well, I mean, honestly, that sounds like a good idea. You got this. Yes, Vanitas, you got this. Yeah, just write it all down into paper, you know, and maybe work with some, you know, what you could do. Vanitas, what you could do. Put these ideas, you know, find a modder who is willing to do this for .hack.gu. See if they can make this a reality for .hack.gu. I'm just saying, you know, let's put these ideas to paper, you know? Main objective in the game is to prevent creatures known as wishes from entering reality. Yes, because wishes, I don't know much about wishes, but the idea of a wish going bad is a kind of a popular theme in a lot of storytelling. Yeah. Wishes never go right. The 8 faces of the cursed wave plus Aura and Zelfie did enough to qualify a pantheon on their own. Yeah, pretty much, but you know, I don't think like technically the cursed wave are not really deities per se. I mean, are they? I don't know. It's been a long while since I've done any sort of thing regarding the faces in terms of like looking at what they actually are, but. In terms of like the epitaph of Twilight, I wanted to get a Haseo TCG pad, but I don't know if it will be copyrighted on YouTube. What do you mean, Warlord? I mean, you can buy pretty much everything you want that is not like if you show it on YouTube, they're not going to give you a copyright strike. Like if you buy something and show it off, like if you buy like some like fan created merch or whatnot, then you know you're not going to get copyright strike. On YouTube for that. It is only if you go and take the music and try to use it to its full or use like clips from .hack Sign, because while Bandai and CyberConnect won't end up giving you a copyright strike for the music or the video of Sign, in the music section in particular, it's the music company that actually has the rights to some of the .hack tracks. You do need to be careful about that. And as for the show .hack Signs and Roots, luckily I haven't received anything for Roots, but Signs, there is some kind of Chinese company that is copyright claiming .hack Sign footage. You know, if they're not Bandai, they're not affiliated with Bandai or CyberConnect, they're just copyright claiming .hack Sign images and the such. I would say you will be fine as long as you don't include any of that in your video. And if you do, small clippets, just small snippets, maybe just like a few seconds of music and maybe a few seconds of video at the very least, you know? But just buying something .hack related, nah, you're not going to get copyright strike from that. So I will let you know that because I'm a .hack YouTuber. I mean, I've gotten some copyright claims, but it's not for the .hack.gu stuff. I will tell you that for a fact. This was also debating on penalties being level reduction or bounce back 1 square. You see, level reduction, I will let you know right now, people don't like seeing numbers go down. They only want to see numbers go up. You know, I'm just saying. That Chinese company should be banned. That CCP worthy BS. Look, I don't know what this company actually does, but they're definitely not part of Bandai or CyberConnect. They're just there. I don't know why they chose to do it from my channel. I'm not monetized on YouTube, so it's not like they're getting anything out of it outside of kind of making my day just a little bit more bad. But I don't know. Am I the only one who ever struggles with writing a good beginning? Okay, I will let you know right now. You're definitely not the only one. As a writer myself, I have struggles with writing in general. Trying to find a good beginning, middle, and end is never easy. You just gotta look at things from a different angle, you know? I know how the middle and end are gonna go, but I never know how to start off my story properly. Well, how I've done it with some of my stories, just start setting up the world around, like, whatever is going to happen. Like, set up the environments, like, don't leave out any detail. Like, the more detailed, the better, I would say, to give your readers a sort of like just a better descriptor of what's happening around, and then slowly introduce the whatever conflict you're going to have in the beginning, or whatever like introduction you start from there. You know, that's kind of how I've done it over the years. I just have like a good foundation leading into whatever it is you're going to do it, you know? I want a Chim Chim plushie so bad. I want one too, Bibu. I really want a plushie of a Chim Chim. Look how adorable these things are bouncing around. I want one as a pillow. Actually came across the Dot Hack card game. You know, I've seen images of it, and I've actually used some of the images in videos past, but I never actually quite understood how the game worked, nor do I knew anyone who actually knew how to play the game. So I was kind of out of luck on that as well. But yeah, it looks like an interesting card game. It looks pretty fun. That reminds me, I was just thinking of a hacker net slum or Helba themed class for the TTRPG. A hacker class. Well, the thing is with Helba, she already has a dedicated class. She is a wave master, but she does have hacking abilities. I don't know if you plan on doing this as a full TTRPG like I did, or a sort of one-shot kind of TTRPG, but if you're going like the long campaign route, maybe make it into a subclass, you know, a subclass option. That's an idea. Or if you're going like the single target route, you could always just have it be like a mini feature, like if you take a look at Infinite Generation, they have different backgrounds, like Hacker, PK, or maybe just do it like that, like have Hacker be like one of the backgrounds, you know? The Helba Network did multiple different players involved. Yeah, I guess in a way, yeah, Titan. I mean, something similar. Like, yeah, you could probably do that. You can definitely make that into a Toon's own thing. I have to drink. I gotta drink me tea. Yes. So, yeah, think of a hacker net. Fair enough. Yep, fair enough. Again, any and all ideas, write it down, and you never know when one idea is going to lead into another, you know? Just keep adding on top of the ideas, take out what doesn't work, and maybe just save that idea for later, you know? Because when you're creating anything, like, change is going to happen regardless. Like, you're not going to keep everything that you have. You're going to take out the sweet darlings. You're going to take out, like, the things that you don't necessarily think it's going to work in that occasion. But you can always repurpose them for something else, because just because it doesn't fit in one thing doesn't mean it can't work in another, you know? I mean, I'm pretty sure that you can find a use for whatever exactly it is you're going to create for this theoretical system, you know? I mean, as long as you can write it down, you know, you'll be like, oh, wait a minute, I remembered this thing. Yeah, I remembered writing this thing down and just making sure that, you know, I can do this. Like, I wasn't what I expected, but I can do this, and that's kind of what I'm getting at, you know? If we talked Godbound regards, a Godbound said in the... I don't know much about Godbound, so I can't really say much about that universe. I only know much about Dot Hack. That's pretty much it. You know, Dot Hack and like some other universes like Kingdom Hearts, of course. I was also wondering about making the books of 1000 separate leveling mechanic, allowing you to alter stats. That's a good idea. Like, for example, like if you end up like defeating a certain number of enemies, maybe. Actually, hang on. In this theoretical MMO sense, I'm looking at your idea. It reminds me of something familiar to Final Fantasy 2, where in Final Fantasy 2 they had a usage leveling system, meaning like the more you use certain skills or abilities, the more proficiency you gain with that. I think that could work, but I don't know how well that would be received. Because, no, unless you want to go like the Final Fantasy V route and just have like the books tied to like certain job points. Like for example, you have one book specific to like this class and you have another book specific to another one. And then changing the class, yeah, it resets the progress for that, but you can keep the progress, you know, for any and all classes that you change, you know? And depending on how well you've done in those classes, you gain more bonus effects, like just very minor bonus effects, you know? That's kind of what I'm thinking, like from this idea that you have brought forth. I do think it's an idea that just needs to be fleshed out just a little bit more. All right, let's go ahead and do these. Nice. No. So we are. Let's see. We're about. It's 7:43 where I am at right now. I'm hoping to get at least 200 experience by the time we can go on break again. 85 is the number. 88. Get in there. I need a tea break. You know, I think I could get used to streaming for longer than 2 hours here. I typically don't stream for longer, like this long, mostly because I usually have work in the morning. But because I was off today, I have more flexible hours to work with. Now, I will say, like in terms of like these Saturday streams, next week, at least hopefully, depending on schedules and everything, next week we are going to be doing Dawnbound again, because I think for the most part, outside like maybe one player, we have like a lot of we have pretty much everyone get together. We're going to be continuing Dawnbound next week, next Saturday. Then we're going to switch over back to this, you know, for more level grinding. So every other week we're going to continue to alternate, unless things change. And so for those games, for the Dawnbound games, we're only going to do 2 hours at any game. Well, I was thinking similar to the Borderlands Badass ranks. When you complete certain challenges, you get stat point. Actually, that would be a good idea too, because yeah, just being able to just like play through the game, you get the stat points, and then all of a sudden you'll be able to distribute them into like a particular type of like effect, like based off of what you get. I like that. Yeah, we bring that over. You know, that is a good idea. Like that. It is a idea. It is a good idea. Streamlabs says, how is everyone doing? I am doing well, Streamlabs. Thank you, bot. Thank you for looking after me. Reminds me of DMC. Huh. It's funny you say that, Bee-Boo, because I actually played Devil May Cry. I actually played Devil May Cry, I think it was yesterday. I think you were here for that. Yeah, we played Devil May Cry. Yeah, you were there. You was there. Yes. Because, you know, I ended up getting defeated by Virgil. I was defeated by Virgil and I, you know, rage quit. No, I'm kidding. I didn't rage quit. It was time for the stream to end anyway. Yes, you were there. Smoking sexy style. Hey, it's time to get this party up. I forgot the actual quote. It's time to get crazy up in here. I love Devil May Cry so much. So do I. It is such a fun game. I'm going to be playing through the first one. I didn't do it last night because I was actually quite tired after the stream. But Devil May Cry 1 is my next game I'm going to play through. Maybe not on stream, but just kind of like on my own personal, like my first impression of it. And then, I think I said yesterday, I do want to try to stream Devil May Cry 4 and 5 eventually. Because those look like fun games to stream. And you gotta love Dante. You gotta love Dante and Virgil. Like they're two of my favorite characters in the series so far. I would say Lady would be a close third. You know, he's actually a pretty cool character too. I especially like the rocket launcher. Yes, Catalina Ann. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was called. Get the rocket launcher with the bayonet. And honestly, I love using that weapon. Just being able to pull out a rocket launcher and just kind of like stun enemies for a little bit. Pretty cool. Pretty nice to have. Everything just goes kaboom. You know? Why do combos when you can just, you know, infinite ammo? Kaboom. Reload? What's that? You know, I could just switch to Royal Guard and just kind of like spam my, you know, I could guard cancel. Honestly, of all my times of playing Devil May Cry 3, I am surprised that I didn't realize that guard canceling was in that game. Like, I do guard canceling a lot in this game, in particular, because of the greatsword. You know, because, you know, waiting for the sword animation to end. Who wants to do that? Hey, a tornado. A tornado is always nice. I think what I'm going to do is that, like, when we go to break, I'll probably go see if Hanako and Coriano are around, and then I'll probably get more books. Because I'm already at the max of potions. I think I'm getting close to the max of tornadoes as well. I definitely need to clean out my inventory a bit. I have so much DMC drawings and an OC as Nero's mother. Oh, interesting. I need to play Devil May Cry 4 because I don't know too much about Nero. I believe he is Virgil's son? Am I remembering correctly? I brought it up because recently when it comes to anime characters, people have been getting strikes for just pictures of characters. That should not happen. Okay, if they're getting copyright strikes over the pictures themselves, now, are they just showing the image, not really talking over it? Or are they just kind of, just kind of like showing it and not doing much with it? Because the thing with fair use is that you need to make the content transformative. Like, for example, I'm going to take some of my videos, for instance. When it comes to, like, the dot hack discussions, I would have the clip of whatever I'm talking about in the background, and then I'll use a voiceover. So that way, I'll be able to use my footage while also making transformative content. Now, because it still should technically be fair use in a way. I don't know why people are getting copyright strikes on YouTube for just pictures. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but I don't remember seeing it happen too often these days. It's mostly just music and clips of shows. Like, I think a good example of a fraudulent strike would be like Angry Joe. He recently got a copyright strike over 1 second. 1 second of GTA 6 footage. So that is definitely not right. You know, not on Angry Joe's end, but on Rockstar's end, or either Rockstar or the company behind the music for it. But still. Yes, Virgil's son. Yes. Okay. Whew, I got it right. Nice. Yeah, I don't know much about Nero, so. Excuse me. I don't know much about Nero, so I can't really say too much of him, but honestly, if Nero is as cool as his father, then I think I might have a new favorite character, you know? Who knows? But, Warlord, like I said, I think you should be fine. Like, as long as you make the video transformative and you, like, either talk over the image or you provide any sort of, like, clips. Thank you for your input. Oh, you're welcome. YouTube is a place where you can express yourself. Like, you can pretty much say, like, talk about almost anything, and, like, I say almost anything, and while there is some things that will get you a copyright claim or strike, I would say my biggest advice to you, if you're planning on uploading on YouTube, is that, one, if you're going to use copyrighted music, maybe try to avoid it if you can. YouTube has a library where you can just take music and, like, depending on the mood you want to set, you can put it in your video just fine, free of use. You might have to give, like, credit for some of them, but for the most part, they're free to use. You won't have any issue with copyright on the music front. As for... Oh, whoa, there's a bit of slowdown there. Oh, for a moment, I thought it was my computer. Anyway, for the video side of things, images, you should be fine. As long as you just talk over whatever image that you have is, you make the content transformative. If you're using a show from like an animated series and whatnot, be careful, because even companies that do not own like the particular property may give you a claim, not a strike, but a claim, which is pretty dumb. I don't know like why it's allowed in some cases, because the YouTube copyright system is pretty broken. Like, it has been heavily abused over the years, and it's just it's weird. Yeah, it's weird, man. Nero is like a quarter demon because of my OC. He's got a quarter touch of yokai in him too. Hi. So quarter demon, quarter yokai. 1/2 human. That is an interesting combination there, Bibu. That is a very interesting combination. You know, Interesting. So he's got the best of all of the worlds. He's a yokai, he's a demon, he is human, but he is all Nero. Yes, I'm making a whole story for that. Yes, write that story. Show it to the world. I support your creativity. And who knows? I would say, you know, I don't want to give you hopes up, Bibu, but, you know, in some cases, like, creative works have been recognized by official, you know, sources. And, like, for example, I know, like, years ago, like, the developers for, like, a Sonic mod actually got noticed by Sega, and they actually got a job for, with Sega, like, for their, like, I guess, remaster of, like, Sonic 1 and 2. So, you never know. You never know when your story or creative work is going to get recognized by the official, you know? And your Yasha half-breeds looking. Yes. Oh god, like, don't get me started on the new Inuyasha series. I saw clips for that because Okami, like, stated that she didn't like that sequel series, and then I'm just kind of like, what is with these anime having sequel series that all you do for the children is just mix and match features of, like, the parents? And look, I know what I'm saying is kind of ridiculous because of course you're gonna get traits from the parents, but when I say literally mix and match, like, take a look at Boruto, for instance. Yeah, that's a lot of quarter shade. That is a lot of quarters. But when it comes to something like Boruto, it looks like, for the new characters, it looks like all they did is just kind of like take traits of one character and traits of another character, mash them together. Like, they don't really feel like their own original characters. They just feel like a fusion of them, like a literal fusion. I don't know how else to explain it, because they seem like they don't have their identity, you know? But did you watch Gundam Zero? I have not. I have watched some Gundam back in the day. Burrito. Yes, burrito. Honestly, just a walking burrito might be more interesting than Boruto. Let's see. I'm usually just make silly comics because my OC is so silly. Nero is always saying that they are so embarrassing. Dad, I want to go fight demons. Not until you're able to wield the Yamato. But the Yamato's your weapon. I know. When am I going to get to train with it? Never. Gundam 00. Well, I mean, I just said 0 for simplistic Saint Titan. Let's see. Bored Uto is more generous name than Burrito. Burritos are delicious. So how long does this grind take? 5 hours? So one level up takes about 2.5 hours. So for this stream in particular, we're going to be doing this for an additional 2 hours for a total of 5 hours. Or if we get it done early, perhaps maybe 4 hours and 45 minutes. So the way this goes I think an estimate it'll probably be about 700 battles for this stream, and about 2,000 experience. So by the time we're done with this, we'll be closer to 20,000, 20,900 something. Because we still got a long way to go, but we are in the second half. Keep in mind, we are so close to the end. We just need so many more levels. We need so many more levels. We need about 23 well, now 22. We need 22 levels now. We are getting close to the goal. And I'm hoping to finish this challenge by July, like late July, because I want to finish this for my birthday. They look like exactly like your mom too seriously. Oh yeah, like it's that same mindset where they just look exactly like the characters that they're children of. Like they don't really have much of their own identities. It's just kind of like a little fusion, you know? You had us in the first half. Yeah, you had us in the first half. You know what? That you're technically right. I didn't. It's funny. It's funny that you say that, Warlord, because the first half of this grinding stream, while some people did come out, not a whole lot of people have stuck around like you guys have. And I do appreciate. Look, the fact that you guys are here supporting me right now in this challenge, it's wonderful. I do appreciate that. For the first half of this, like, it was just maybe me and maybe a couple other people in chat. Like, I know Bibu is like a long-time viewer in terms of like, I think Bibu actually started watching the streams when we started doing this, so he's an example of having us for the first half. And then Titan has been a long-time viewer, like a couple years here, so Titan has been very supportive. But for the most part, up until very recently, not many people have been sticking around for these kind of streams. So the fact that you guys are here, keeping my mind entertained, and just you are being entertained at the same time and enjoying these streams, that gives me more motivation to do these streams more often, you know? I discovered your channel this year. See, that's what I mean. And I do, because, yeah, like, I do appreciate, like, the supports, the comments, the conversations. You are all so wonderful to talk to, you know? Each of you have your own, like, personality. I know this is gonna sound like, you know, generic, but each of you have your own identities that make this worthwhile. Like, the fact that you are here supporting the channel, and I'm happy to give you more content like this, and the fact that right now, I know I've said this plenty of times, but can you imagine complete this challenge, and you know, more and more people, we have more people here to support, and I want to give you guys the best content that I can possibly give. And well, let's just say I'm sticking through this challenge for you guys. I am doing this because you guys motivate me to do it. And imagine, we are probably going to make Dot Hack history, you know, by doing this. We are going to complete this challenge together as the Dot Hack community, you know? I'm just looking forward to your analysis videos. And don't worry, DOJ, we are definitely going to have more analysis videos. I've got plenty of topics in mind. When you buy jewelry online and the company sends you coupons to buy more. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's kind of my channel in a way, you know? I said yes, I am giving you the content, and I'm giving you more options to view the content, whether it be the live streams or the videos. Just know that I appreciate each and every one of you. And I do plan on making more content in the future. I'm hoping, like, maybe a year or two down the line, I'll be able to dedicate more time to, like, content creation and whatnot. But for now, I'm just happy to, like, do what I can. You guys are awesome. You guys, you know, are wonderful. We hit 560 subscribers on YouTube. We are almost at 200 followers on Twitch. That's just something I would never have thought, because I've been Twitch streaming for about 4 years, something like that. So it has been a long process, and, you know, we're definitely seeing the community grow drastically. So, oh, I almost forgot that we have ads coming up. Guys, there is an ad going to be coming up. There's an ad coming up. Go ahead and get yourself a snack and a nice little drink. And we'll be right back after these messages. Alright, we are in fact back with the Dancing Chim Hour. My name is Colin Gaston and we are going to continue. We are going to continue this venture to level 29. We are getting close. We're already 200 experience in. Let's do this. Okay, we just need 700 and 75 more experience till we get to level 29. 29 level. 29, level 29 is always good. We like seeing the numbers go up. So tell me guys, in the chat right now, what level, or not level, yeah, actually yes, that is the appropriate question. What level do you think we're going to be until we reach the cap of 9999, 9,999? What level do you think we're going to be at before we get to that max cap? Because we're already at 6,891 damage for the sneak attack. Do you think it's going to be level 29? Do you think it's going to be level 30? The answer is yes. We do like yes. Yes is again good answer. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Good answer. Good answer. Good answer. Yes. We are going to get the max result at some point. Yes is in fact the correct answer. Congratulations. You get a gold star. I don't have any gold stars nearby, so you just get the D4. You get the D4. You get the dice. You got dice. You got a 3. 3 is a good number. Oop. 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 I do not know why I have Disney songs stuck in my head. I must be in some kind of Disney. Oh, we're maxed out on fairy orbs now. We're maxed out on health potions, and we maxed out on fairy orbs now. Great, that's awesome. Well, at least now we know what we do for Volume 2. We're gonna sell all those fairy orbs eventually. Oop, oop. Da 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 da. So let's discuss what we're going to use our beginner's tomes and beginner's books. Beginner's books and beginner's text on. Are we going to use it for the twin blade abilities, or are we going to use it for the greatsword abilities when we hit volume 2? What do you guys think? Do we want to spend more time with, you know, just big sword and board, or do we want to try for going for the better AoE ability to potentially get one-shot some of these enemies? Because as of right now, we're kind of stuck at level 5 proficiency for twin blades, but now after this challenge is over and we move on to volume 2, we'll have plenty of experience. Ooh, you could do that, yes. We could do that because I've got maybe, I have to check to see in my inventory what we got. Let's see. Yeah, I've got 12 beginner's books and 22 beginner's text. Oh, no, I can't believe I almost trashed that. That would have been so bad. So, because you get about 500 proficiency experience, well, I mean, I say 500. You get half of experience bar for proficiency with a certain weapon type when you use it, depending on what you have equipped. So that means we have about 15 levels. 15 levels of, 15 levels in whatever we want to put in. I know earth pills are good for leveling up. Well, here is the thing. When I say leveling up, I'm not saying about experience because, Jay, let me actually tell you right now. This entire time, we have had the Amber Dragon's Eye, or whatever it's called, the 10% experience gain thing up this entire time. Why are we getting more experience? Because it's multiplicative. 10% more of one is a non-factor. It's not high enough to get more experience, sadly. Because 10% of one is 1.10, and I'm pretty sure it rounds down. So even with this experience gain augment, we are only getting 1 experience. And we're nowhere close to trying to see if, we're nowhere close to seeing if, what's it called? Seeing if 2 10% augments will do anything to increase the experience, but I highly doubt it. I honestly highly doubt it. Although I could try to do it in my other accounts. My other, not accounts, but other playthrough. It got me an idea, but I don't know if it'll work. DOJ, oh, you mean food pills from Naruto? Oh, so that's what you mean. So that's what you mean. I thought you meant, like the, like, I think, it's not pills, but I don't think they call it pills in this game, but, just like the various, accessories. But yeah, Bored Ruto. Bored Ruto is much more entertaining to name than burrito. But burritos are delicious. Gotta keep that in mind, Titan. Burritos are delicious. I'm just saying. Just saying. I'm just Super Saiyan. I am a Super Saiyan. I'm not gonna go into my Super Saiyan form right now because I would break my entire setup. And, you know, the stream would be over if I went Super Saiyan. So you just have to take my word for it, you know? Because I am Saiyan. I am just Saiyan. I am just a Saiyan. Boruto, the Burrito, the Mexican ripoff of Boruto. Yes. Honestly, that theoretical idea probably would sound a lot better than the actual show we got. Now, if any of you are Boruto fans out there, I am so sorry. I don't like Boruto. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't like Boruto. If you like it, that's fine. I'm glad you enjoy something I don't. But just know I'm gonna make fun of the show regardless. Flame of Rebecca was Naruto before Naruto. Flame of Rebecca. That's a name. I think I might have heard of that sometime before. I don't know where, but that sounds like something I am familiar with, but at the same time, I don't know where I would have heard that particular name from. Flame of Rebecca. Oh no, not. I read it wrong. Flame of Rekka. Why did I my brain just disconnected for a bit. Oh, it's a Flame of Rebecca? That's a name. Nope. You know what? Flame of Rekka is now Flame of Rebecca now. We're just renaming the whatever that is now. It's now Flame of Rebecca. Man, my brain don't want to work sometimes. My brain is not liking the thinking. My brain does not want to think. Thinking is too hard, guys. I mean, don't you ever just want to just turn off your brain for a little bit? Just say what comes to mind. Big joke. Flame of Rebecca, yep. That's exactly what it's called now. It's called Flame of Rebecca. That's the new name of the show. I don't know what Flame of Rekka actually is, but boy, did Rekka get a name change. Oh boy. We have too much fun, streamer. Yes, we do. You know, that's all I like. That's all I want for this stream. I want to entertain you guys. I want you guys to relax and have a good time. You know, Flame of Rebecca sounds like an awesome book title. You know what? It's funny because it's someone who doesn't read books. It does. You know, Flame of Rebecca does sound like a fantasy mystery novel. You know, it does kind of sound like it. I mean, it does have a nice ring to it. If I wasn't already writing my one book, I probably would use that as a title, but sadly, Flame of Rebecca is probably gonna go on the shelf. At least for now. I'm gonna keep that name in mind forever. Oh boy. And we have fun here. We do like having fun. See, this is what happens. I have a habit of not reading things properly. And it's even funnier when I mess things up. Because it makes things so much better. No, I do not want any more health drinks. I am so tired of health drinks. I don't want any more. I already have a full inventory of them. Goblin Rookie, please give me the magic experience number of 6 instead of 3. You know, I'm thinking like two tornadoes. That's pretty cool. Experience gain. Like, I'm going to try in my other playthroughs to see if stacking 10% changes the experience gain. And then maybe, just maybe, then we'll see if it is possible. Because if we get high enough level to be able to equip, what's it called? If we're able to equip, 2 accessory items, slot items for augments, then hopefully it will give us at least 2 experience per battle, but as it is right now, doesn't seem like it. We have plenty of merchandise for the guild now. Yes, we do. We have Flame of Rebecca. We have Kelp Shake, as what Warlord said. We've got burritos, from Titan. We're a grocery store guild / library. Yep, you buy your books where you buy your food, in the same exact place, the same exact guild. And, the guild's name? The guild's name is going to be... let's see, the guild name, this theoretical guild name is going to be... I don't know, spinach. I don't... That's the first thing that came to mind. Of all the names to call a guild, call the guild spinach? I mean, if we have a character named Pie Pie. It is starting to sound like a shady bootleg shop. Yes, a bootleg guild shop named Spinach. You're trying to be over-prepared? Maybe. Look, in this theoretical guild shop, why wouldn't you want to be over-prepared? You got food, you got books, you got other other preparations. We hydrate, I shall hydrate. Here is my drink, I've got myself some tea and a tornado. We do love ourselves some tea. We like tea around here. I hope my community loves tea as well. We got so much. We've got tea, we've got burritos, we've got spinach, in this theoretical bootleg guild shop that we got going on here. We have the best guild shop in the world. We've got everything. We are the Walmart of guild shops. We just have everything. We've got broken swords that have faces on them. We've got goblin rookie weapons at the wazoo. I'm telling you, like, these goblins hate Haseo. How many goblin rookies has Haseo defeated over these many hours? How many more goblins must Haseo slay before his vengeance is over? Haseo is a menace to goblin society. It's day in, day out, slaying goblin rookies left and right. You play Zelda May Cry? Okami in a nutshell. Yeah, that sounds... Zelda May Cry. I mean, with a little bit of a name change, that wouldn't be a bad idea. That actually sounds a combo style based Legend of Zelda game. I think I would like that. I mean, kind of a Okami is very loosely like that, but That's an idea, Warlord. I like that idea. Link may cry. Zelda may cry. No. Ganon may cry. Because Ganon is the closest thing to being a demon, you know? I mean, he's the king of darkness or something like that. He's a pig demon man. Ganon may cry. That's the new name of this new game. Ganon may cry. Link has to go slay the Ganons, you know, very stylishly, with his boomerang, his arrow, his sword, and all the other instruments that he plays. May not have to be the Master Sword, but yeah, Master, Paul. Yeah, the Master Paul. Sword with a skewer pipe as the blade. Well, I mean, Link has so many weapons at his disposal. Like, he doesn't just have swords. He's got boomerangs. He's got ball and chain. He's got bombs. You played Warcraft, Warcraft Prince of Persia? That's Darksiders 2. Darksiders 2 is so much fun. I like, if I'm thinking of the same series, it's the one where you get to play as Death, right? I remember enjoying Darksiders 2 so much. In fact, I'll probably, if I still have it for my PS4, I'll probably end up playing it here soon. You know, after the stream. Man, that's such a good game. You know, I know like some people thought it was just okay, but I love Darksiders. You know, and the Darksiders series. I haven't played 3 or 4. I mean, I don't know if they're actually called 3 or 4. I haven't played the newer games yet. In fact, I didn't realize there were newer entries until like maybe a year or two ago. But yes, I enjoyed the game so much. You know, playing as Death was especially pretty cool, pretty nice. Riding a skeletal horse and everything. You know, going through the area. You know, I don't remember the context of the story. It's been so long. It's been like maybe 5 or 6 years since I played Darksiders 2. But Warcraft, World of Warcraft, I used to play that back in the day too. I was just a wee lad, and you know, wee lad with a wee brain. Not exactly very smart in how to play that game at the time. Hey Clondoa, how's it going? How's it going? Booga 3 in a couple of weeks. I know, but I got no money at the moment. And I have to start saving up for my trip. I've got some money for my trip that I'm half planned. So I haven't been buying too many games, mostly because of that. Because, oh boy, I'm gonna be traveling halfway across my own country. Meet up with some very good friends. We'll be playing some D&D together. Isn't it weird that action platformers are starting to come back now? That's not exactly a bad thing. I find this a good thing. Oh, absolutely. It is awesome seeing them coming back in droves, you know? Also, turn-based RPGs are making a comeback. I mean, a couple years ago, we got Baldur's Gate 3 and now Claire Obscura. You know, like, very good turn-based RPGs. You know, they're making a comeback. You know, it's just like, there's just so many good game genres that the gaming industry has slept on that are now coming back into, like, existence, and I'm loving this. I want to see more of these games come out. I really want to see like these systems grow upon each other. We need more games. We need better games, and we need cheaper games. That's the important thing. We need cheaper games. Keep everything at $50 and I'll be happy. No $70 or $80 games. Like, gaming companies, manage your budget better. You don't need $2 billion to make a good video game. You just need a good vision. You just need to allocate sources where the most needed, and then just kind of go from there. And then, you know, if you plan things out properly, you'll end up getting those millions of people to buy your game, you know? And I think, oh, have you ever played the Knack series? That sounds familiar. Wasn't that a PS4 exclusive? I'm trying to remember. Trying to remember what that game was. I remember the name, but I just can't put my focus on what exactly it was, you know? The Fuga games and Expedition 33 are legends of... Oh yeah, like, absolutely. Like, I've heard good things about the Fuga games from you and Klonoa, and then Expedition 33, I really want to play that so bad, that it's just, it looks so good. Like, turn-based RPGs with, oh yes, it is a PS4 exclusive. Yeah, I've heard about that, I just never played it. I've heard some middle-of-the-road things about it. Haseo's greatsword is just like the Chainsaw Massacre, Palm Axe Buster Sword. Oh, the greatsword. Sadly, Warlord, we don't have access to the greatsword. I can't show it off. I can't make any more jokes with the greatsword because Haseo, he's so dedicated to slaying these goblins that he doesn't want to chop down a tree. I swear, Haseo, if you would just learn how to chop down a tree with your wind swords, then maybe, just maybe you end up getting the great sword, but no. Defeating a giant tree gives us experience, and we can't do that. It's so sad, you know? It's so sad that Haseo just prefers to chop down goblins than chopping down a tree. Isn't that something? It is, in fact, there's something. Oh well. These goblins knew that Haseo was coming, and Haseo needs to, you know, get that experience. If you're going to be honest, this is lore accurate Goblin Slaying right here. Yeah, just imagine underneath that, all that armor, it's just Haseo underneath there. Like at this point. Because Haseo is the Goblin Slayer now. Like he's no joke. Like we've slain thousands of goblins in this challenge alone. Like goblins and swords. Like those were the two enemy types that we were fighting in this dungeon. Oh, hey, we got a crit. That's nice. You know, maybe I should have done like that. Like maybe. I think we know how to do this now. Okay. So I might have accidentally found a way to shave off a little bit of time. By accident. By complete accident. Maybe if I just do things a different way for that final room. I think I might have found a way to shave off a few seconds because going into that last room, that we ended up doing the enemies on the right first and then the leftmost, and then we took time to exit that room. But if we go through the left first and then tackle the enemies on the right, we're right out the door. I think we might have saved us a few seconds of time. Unironically, even this far in the challenge, I think we are saving some precious seconds that turn into minutes. Haseo in the Goblin armor, Slayer armor, now that, that's a cursed image right there. Yeah, just a little bit cursed, but at the same time, I mean, Haseo is, like, his secondary class is the, Edge Punisher, so are we really that surprised? Edge Punishers wear heavy armor, so... I'm just saying, it's not out of the ordinary. It is not that obscure, you know? I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be dandy. A chim! Spawning another chim! Oh my goodness! More chims! More chims! We gotta have more chims! Which one's this? Which chim is this? I don't know, where's this chim? Oh, it's this one. Oh, it's this one. Okay. Okay, it was that gym. Okay, another one. Another one. We gotta have another one. Another gym. Another gym. Let's go. 4 gyms. We gotta have more gym. Gym chimney, gym chimney, gym gingery. Another gym on the screen. As happy as can be. I messed up that song. I messed it up. I messed up the song, guys. Dun da da dun da 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 dun dun da da dun. As long as we stick to the wall here. Because we're employing our own speedrunning tactics for this. Alright, to the wall, to the wall. Nice. Alright, whew. We're doing this. We're doing this. Doing this. You know what? We're gonna time this now. We're gonna time this. We're gonna time this next route. Just to see how fast this actually is. Ready? And as soon as we get into the area, we'll go ahead and 1, 2, 3. Now, okay, here we go. We're timing this right now, and I'll tell you exactly what the time is when we do this. Ah, beans. Okay. Nice, nice. Saving off a few seconds there. Alright. Go on this side of the, we're gonna go on this side of the area. Okay, here we go, here we go. Alright, here we go. We're doing this, we're doing this. Boom. There we go, here we go. We're making some good time. We're about 45 seconds in. We got 45 seconds in. Let's do this. Alright. Here we go. Rush over here. Nice, 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 nice. We're making great time. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, okay, okay, that's definitely gonna shave off a few seconds. You know, we would have made the seconds if it weren't for that goblin attacking me. Gosh. All right, so we're at 1 minute and almost 30 seconds. We're about 1 minute 30 seconds in. Can we make it sub 2:30? I love how this game having in-game lore for its lore. I'm talking about the lore. Oh, I love the world building. No pun intended for this game. It is so wonderful. It is so good. Like the amount of immersion that this game builds. And I know I'm not demonstrating that very well right now, but okay. Okay, stop. Okay. So, I finished timing this run. We've got 2 minutes and 5 seconds. So let's just say a rough 2 minutes per dungeon run. So, I think that shaved off a few seconds. Alright, I'm gonna try it again, but with the other direction. Now, I'm gonna try to complete this dungeon with just 2. So, doing it the other direction, like we've been doing for these past few streams. Because if 2 minutes and 5 seconds for, and that's with the delay of the enemies, like hitting me and kind of like hitting my guard, you know. Alright, let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Alright, hey, we got tornado. Oh no, I probably lost a second doing that. Why? Alright, here we go. Sneak attack. You see, by doing it this way, kind of caught over here, and then we have to make a pretty long trip, you know, over to the door. Because right now that's about 3 seconds. How to save without? Oh, excuse me. Let me reread. Oh, sorry. Imagine trying to beat this game without leveling up. Without. Okay, you said with that. Okay. Imagine trying to beat this game without leveling up. Not possible. I'll tell you right now, I've already tried that. It is not possible to get a level 1 run of this game. Why? Because you're always gaining experience, and like even at the bare minimum experience that you get, like you will level up, like regardless, you know. Yeah, I hate autocorrect. I know that feeling all too well. Yeah, I hate autocorrect as well. I mean, technically the same way we've been doing it is 2 minutes. And that's with getting some lucky sneak attacks. Okay, never mind. I thought I'm actually losing. Actually, was I losing time? Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I just got lucky. No, I'm talking about going through the story without level grinding. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Like, regardless of what you do, like, even if you're just going through the story, you will gain a decent amount of experience. You will be at least level 2. Like, there's no way to do a level 1 run without leveling up. Trust me. If that was the case, I probably would have gotten my new form and used the greatsword. But as it is, okay. So by defeating the Elder Tree at level 1, you're guaranteed, I want to say at least like 340 experience, somewhere close to that. So that's already a third of the level right there. And if you're just trying to skip like all the encounters up until a certain point, eventually you're going to hit that wall because enemies are going to do so much damage to you and you're not going to do any damage to them. Now there is a way to cheese it. There is a thing in this version of the game where if you retry, you can return to a certain point, like within the battle and whatnot, or the beginning of the battle, with boosted stats, meaning that you'll take less damage and you'll do more damage to them. And this does stack, so the more times you die, the more stats you gain for that battle. So, in a way, it is possible to complete the game at a low level run, but you would have to go and get yourself defeated so many times. You know, I sort of did something similar when I was doing the party member only challenge, where I didn't want to get above a certain level because, you know, might be too cheesy to level up to level 50 and then all of a sudden, oh hey, you know, this isn't so bad. Nah. Oh my goodness. I'll tell you what though, I do like challenging myself in this game. I do like the challenge. The challenge is what brings us all together. We do love ourselves a challenge. I gotta get myself some tea. Bum bum bum. Dum ba ba bum bum bum. Here we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright, we are almost at 500 experience, you know, in. We are almost halfway to level 29. We are definitely doing this. We are... Boom. We are here, we are the champions, my friend. And we will keep fighting to the end. Da, da, da. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, 'cause we the champions, of the world. Boom, boom. 490. Let's go. Let's go. We're gonna get to level 29 tonight. Gonna end up level 29. Yeah. We can do this. We're doing this, guys. We are certainly doing the thing. We got the thing. We're doing said thing. Poke. 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 You play aggressive inline for PS2. It's a rollerblade game with T-Hawk controls. I have never played that. What's it called? Aggressive inline. I have never actually heard about that, but I would definitely take a look at that. It's a rollerblade game. T-Hawk controls. T-Hawk controls. What kind of controls is that? Like, oh, what? Oh, wait a minute. Do you mean like tank controls? Oh, do you mean tank controls? Although I do like the new name for it, T-Hawk controls. I sure hope that's autocorrect. Because honestly, that would be funny if you were trying to say. You streaming Pokemon Coliseum? Honestly, if I can find a copy of Pokemon Coliseum, then yes, I probably would stream it. I'll put it as a free game Friday option. But as of right now, I don't have it. Oh. Tony Hawk controls. Oh, I was way off. Not tank controls, Tony Hawk controls. I definitely want to play Pokemon Coliseum on stream for you guys. If I can find a copy, I'll definitely end up playing it. But, okay, let me reread that with the new context. You play aggressive inline for PS2. It's a rollerblade game with Tony Hawk controls. I do like the Tony Hawk games. I'll have to take a look at that. It's for PS2, right? Yeah, PS2. Okay. So I'm gonna take a look at that PS2 entry, and then if it suits my fancy, I'll probably put it as a free stream Friday option. I always like trying out new games because there's a lot of new games, you know, not new games, but there's a lot of games I have not played for the PS. Who has the best design in the GU cast? I'll go first. Entrance. Entrance is a good pick. He got a nice glow up from his appearance in IMOC. But if I had to choose a character with the best design, I would have to say, Which character? What character? Honestly, I might be a little bit biased, but I think I'm going to choose Adley. I love Adley's design, you know? I do like the whole motif that she's got going on there. Entrance is majestic, yes. Freak, yeah, yes he is. Entrance is very, very majestic, as it were. Though he does speak a little slow, he is in fact a main character in his own right. Oh, I love Leon O'Brien as Entrance. It's such a good character. Entrance is Kimiko Gara from Naruto. Oh yeah, I definitely know. Yeah, he's voiced by Liam O'Brien. Liam O'Brien has voiced a lot of characters in anime and such. So it was very nice to hear his voice coming from Entrance. Like, he can't do the voice anymore, sadly, but he still does a decent job at it, you know? It's for PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. Okay, I'll probably end up finding the PS2 version more first, so I'll definitely take a look at Aggressive Inline. It starts with the letter A, so it'd probably be easier in the search results. But yeah, there's a lot of good voice actors in this game. There's Liam O'Brien, which we talked about with Entrance. Yuri Lowenthal, which we have talked about as well, who plays Haseo. Bridget Hoffman, who voices Adley. We've got James, what's his name? James Peterson. I think he voices Ovan. He's another big one. Ganyan Bosch as Kun, the Black Power. Or, was he the Black Power Ranger? Or the I can't remember. I think he was either the Black or the Blue Power Ranger. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know that he was in fact a Power Ranger. Speaking of Entrance's voice actor, I heard his voice in Marvel Rivals as Doctor Strange, and I never noticed until he started being a little zesty with Mr. Fantastic that I was like, wait, I know that voice. Yeah. Hey, Bibu, suggestion. If you like Liam O'Brien, if you like Sam Riegel, who voices syllabus, then watch Critical Role. Watch Critical Role if you like Liam O'Brien and Sam Riegel. They do a D&D they do D&D games on YouTube and Twitch. Honestly, watch their campaigns. You're gonna love their voice acting in those games. Yes, it's called Critical Role. They have 3 major campaigns like they've done so far. I think they might be going on to a 4th here soon. I could be wrong, but yeah, they've been doing D&D content like for years with Matt Mercer, the voice of many characters. Hit, Vincent from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Was it Rebirth or no? Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. You know, I think you'll love Critical Role, Bibu. If you like good storytelling and good voice acting, go ahead and watch that. Does Kuhn's voice actor just so happens to be Itachi? Itachi. I think so. I think he was the voice for Itachi. Critical Role, yes. It's not roll as in rolling on the ground. It's roll as in roleplay. Like, R as in Ronald, O as in Oswald, L as in Lisa, and E as in Elizabeth. Roll. That's how you spell roll. Yeah, Critical Role, as in role playing. You know. Let's see. Boop. Yeah. Yes, he is. Okay. Yeah. So he is. Yeah, he did voice Itachi according to Bieber. If you're talking about Adachi. Oh well. Oh, excuse me. I thought DJ accidentally misspelled Itachi. No. Adachi. If he's a character from Persona 4, then yes, I assume that's who he's voicing. I assume he voices Adachi. Excuse me. You just in case, DJ, you might want to correct me just in case. I mean, I don't know if you're meant these names, I cannot pronounce names or like yeah. He also voiced the protagonist of Persona 4. Oh, did he now? Man, I mean, hey, Johnny on Vosh, like he does some good voice work. He does some great voice work over the. I remember him as a Power Ranger growing up. He was a very good actor. He's still a very good actor. What was I saying? He's still a very good actor. Kind of makes me want to watch Power Rangers. Think about it. All right. Stretch. Whew. Final stretch. Let's go. I mean, ads are going to be playing in another 10 minutes. These names. Rebecca. Yes. Yes, Warlord. Rebecca. You know, it's not Johnny on Bosch. It's Rebecca Jan Bosch. It's not Liam O'Brien. It's Rebecca O'Brien. It's not Sam Riegel. It's Rebecca Riegel. It's not Matt Mercer. It's Rebecca Mercer. Everyone is Rebecca now. Even you, Warlord. You are now Rebecca. You are Rebecca Lord 12. Weirdly enough, he's voiced Dante and the really he's the one that voices Dante in the Netflix series? A weird choice since he voices Nero. Oh, you mean Liam O'Brien? Huh. Liam O'Brien is Dante. That is something. I don't think I'm. Oh no, you're talking about Johnny. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, you're talking about Johnny. Excuse me. Huh? I can see it. I can honestly see him voicing him. Interesting little tidbit. I didn't realize he voiced Nero as well. Excuse me. Off topic, but people always told me that D&D fits me like a glove. But I can never get into it, maybe because I'm not interested and I don't know where to start. Well, let's see. So, I would say D&D is a game where you kind of like, you do need other players. You do need other people, like friends or whatnot, to just kind of like play along. I mean, you can play D&D like through other means, like Baldur's Gate 3, but I would say it is one of those games where it is probably one of the best things that has happened in my life, because I've met so many people and I've created so many wonderful stories with my groups. Like, and honestly, if it weren't for those people and the D&D games, you would not have me as a streamer. That's how important the games are, you know, to me. I mean, if you're not interested in D&D, that's perfectly fine. It's definitely not for everyone. Like, if you like storytelling, if you like having a good time with your friends, creating new experiences, being someone that different from yourself, if you want to experience a different life, and I know that's going to sound strange, but if you want to experience something different than what you're used to, then D&D is a very good game to do that. Think of it like this. I don't know about some of you watching right now, but like when we're growing up, like a lot of us used to play pretend back in the day. Pretending we're pirates, or we're pretending like we're like thieves, or like just like playing pretend, imagining scenarios and just kind of acting them out as if it were actually happening. It's similar to D&D, where we're collectively playing pretend and like creating these stories and kind of creating an emotional field with them, you know? Like being a character that we would want to see ourselves in, or maybe we just want to be someone entirely different. Like if you're an introvert and want to play an extroverted character, you can. If you are naturally loud but you just want to play a meek character, you could do that as well. Like D&D has so many tools that you could do to create either the ideal version of yourself or someone that you want to like be silly with, you know? It took me some time getting used to it because I'm so used to it being narrow. That's fair. I mean, .hack is just a big D&D game if you think. Oh yeah, that is one way to look at it, Bibu. So yeah, you know, Bibu was right, DOJ. Think of. Okay, yeah, D&D is very similar to .hack, like in terms of its universe setting. Like you have your character, you're creating your own persona to drop yourself into. And like whether or not you want to be yourself or this other character, you can do that. You know, you can role play as someone else, or you can like do your own self insert and just kind of like go through the story as like someone that you are, you know? You can like there's just so many things that you can do. You can have a silly campaign where all of you are just trying to collect the golden coconut or something. Or you can have like a super serious campaign set in like a dark and grim reality, you know? There's just so many ways to create a story through Dungeons and Dragons, or even other tabletop games like Pathfinder, or those are the only ones I actually know to heart. there are other ones. Call of Cthulhu, that's it. That's the other one I'm thinking of. So, I would say, in my opinion, if you like good storytelling, if you like RPGs, if you like creating characters and creating a new story for your characters, then I would say give it a go. Honestly, if you don't have any, like, I don't mean to sound, I don't mean to make this sound like negative, but if you don't have any friends that are interested in D&D, pick up Baldur's Gate 3. It is available on all consoles outside of Switch. Baldur's Gate 3 is I guess you could say, a very good idea as to what Dungeons and Dragons is like. Yes, it's single player or multiplayer, but you'll be able to experience that, like the joys of D&D, even if you just want to play a single player game, you know? You play Prototype 3? I have never experienced Prototype. So many people have recommended that series to me, and I could be wrong, but isn't there a new Prototype coming out? Like, I could be wrong, but I want to get into that game. L Lady from Netflix. Yes. I haven't seen the Netflix Devil May Cry, so I don't know too much about the characters and how much has changed, but Lady looks like, you know, like, looks like and acts like how Lady should, you know? And Dante looks like he's starky as ever. Love Baldur's Gate 3. Yes! Baldur's Gate 3. It is such, like, honestly, dude, if you like fantasy games, like, even if you don't like D&D, Baldur's Gate 3 is a very good, like, RPG. Like, if you like custom, and plus, Baldur's Gate has mod support, so if you don't like a certain aspect in the game, just download a mod from the in-game mod manager, you know? It has its own mod manager. You can mix and match, choose whatever you want, and make the game your own personal thing, you know? Lady swears 24/7. It's actually... Are you serious? Now, is she really that foul mouth? Oh, come on. She can't be talking like a sailor, right? Because I just recently played Devil May Cry 3 yesterday, and she doesn't swear too often, but she does, like, every sentence. Ooh. Ooh, I don't, oh man, I don't know how I feel about that. She literally never swears. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because she lets her actions do the talking for her. Like, if we're talking like regular, let's just say regular Devil May Cry. You got Dante. He's the smart aleck, you know, very, like, he viciously mocks everyone. Whereas Lady, she doesn't really swear all that often. She lets her weapons, like her guns, her rocket launcher, like, all of her, like, machine guns, she lets her weapons do the talking, and she's badass doing it, you know? It's weird how the show, like, at least from what you're telling me, has her swear a lot. But, honestly, it kind of sounds a little childish in my way, like, look, you can have swearing in mature games, I'm not saying that you can't, but if it's every sentence, then that's... It doesn't, it just, that doesn't sit right with me. So I don't know how I like that. Prototype is basically playable Venom having a field day. Bro, Venom is my favorite villain. Any comparison to Venom, I really want to try out. Ooh, okay. Alright. If I ever get an opportunity to get a PS3, I'm definitely going to pick up Prototype. Or if there's a port somewhere, I'll end up picking it up. Because Prototype, man, I do... That sounds cool. A playable Venom. We are Venom. A lady do be swearing like a sailor. Oh no, so we got another confirmation that Lady swears like a sailor. No, Lady. Why would you swear? You're supposed to be lady-like, not sailor-like. I'm sorry, I had to make that joke. Seriously, it's on. Oh, it's on PS5. Wait a minute. Is it on PS4? Hang on. Warlord. Is it also on PS4? If so, next time I get my paycheck, I'll end up buying it. This gave me brand new character idea. Ooh, we like that. Ooh, we do like new character ideas. We love that so much here. Express that creativity, NeoJ. Break those characters. Flesh out the ideas that you got. Make the character of reality. Not really, like, don't wish for the character to be real, just, you know what I mean. 628, and we are gonna be going on break here to cup. Whoa! Holy crap! What was that? Oh man, my airbox just went no. You're not allowed to breathe. Oh my goodness! I'm probably gonna have to get a drink here soon. It should be on the PS4 store, but not sure if it was taken down. No, I should hope not. I'm going to take a look. I should hope it wasn't taken down at all. And Dante gets nerfed to all heck whenever he's with... Oh no, really? Look, I like Lady, but don't dumb down Dante just to show off Lady. Because part of the charm is just Dante being snarky and just... Like, you know he's badass and strong, and he knows he can beat up these demons just fine. Like, it's funny when he gets all, like... It's funny when he thinks he's so badass, and he actually is a badass, so... Ah, man. That kinda sucks. Not gonna lie, that really sucks, that... Oh, man, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how... Look, again, I like Lady, and I like Dante... But if you're going to make these characters interact with each other, you gotta keep that tone that the original games have, you know? And I get it, new director, new everyone, like, they just want to do their own thing, but You know, there has to be some character consistency, you know? You know what I mean? But anyway, guys, we're going to be taking a break here. Again, this will be the last break of the stream, so go ahead and get yourself a snack and a nice little drink, and we'll be right back after these messages. Alright friends, we are back with more Don't to You. Let's continue because we got about less than 400 experience left to get to level 29. Let's see what you guys said in the comments. Over on the Twitch side, you've seen whatever they fight in Devil May Cry 3. Dante really is just goofing around with Lady, redirecting her bullets and all that, even though she's really strong in her own right. And the Netflix series, he dodges every kind of bullet from everyone except ladies' bullets. Really. That's... To add, he has more screen time. What? Okay, hang on. So the main character of Devil May Cry, Dante, has less screen time than, or has less. Okay, hang on. Dante does not have as much screen time because Lady has most of the screen time. I do not like that. Dante. What? It's like the director made Lady, Punisher, Red Hood, Batgirl, Ultraviolet, Revy with a gamer mic mouth. Oh, no. No. Why do shows do this? Look, I was all for the Castlevania series. Like, I like the Castlevania series a lot. I don't like some of the depictions to some of the legacy casts, like either personality or design wise, but I could get over it because it was a good story and it didn't really take away from any of the characters because like in Castlevania, there was the focus of the three characters, Sypha, Alucard, and Trevor. They all bounced well off of each other. Whereas, if what you guys are telling me about the Netflix series for Devil May Cry, it doesn't sound like Devil May Cry. It just sounds like... I don't know how to explain it, but it just sounds like someone's fanfiction of Devil May Cry. They even added politics. I will say, like, in regards to, like, adding politics to anything, you need to be careful about, like, what you add to it. Now, how does it reflect in the story? How does it interact with the characters? How does it fit with your narrative? If it's just shoved in there, like if what I'm understanding, if politics were just shoved in there for the sake of just added it and it doesn't add to the characters or any of the narrative, then I don't like that. It just seems like that's just a platform for the creative to display their own politics. Now, if it's part of the narrative that makes sense lore-wise or makes sense with certain characters, then I can probably forgive it. But Devil May Cry is not a series that I think would deal into politics because, let's be real, in the games themselves, like, I know I'm diving into the games a lot because that's my experience. The only politics the only politics that even existed have been long since destroyed. Devil May Cry 3. You are in a ruined city with just Dante and demons. And that's it. There was really no political anything. It's just a guy wanted to run his business by slaying demons. At that point, you might as well create... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. NeoJ is right. At this point... Like, these creative are just piggybacking off of famous franchises that it makes you look pathetic. Again, if you really want to add to a universe, that is perfectly fine. I see no problem with that. But if you're just doing this just to insert your own ideals or politics or religion, whatever it may be, then I'm sorry. You should not be fit to work on these properties, you know? Like... There has to be a line between your personal experience and what the creative is that you're doing, you know? Like you said, if you want to create a story like that, you have the necessary tools. You obviously have the talent enough to be able to do these things, but they just don't, you know? They just never want to do that. Speaking of demons, they are now refugee demons in the series. I don't even know how to feel about that. Because, look, Devil May Cry... I'm going to go to Devil May Cry 3 because that's the only one I actually have experience with. Devil May Cry 3 made it a point in Lady's story that Lady hates all demons. Like, up until, like, the very end, where she gives that narration that not all demons are evil and not all, like, humans are good in nature. that was the entire point of Lady's story, essentially. Like, learning to trust Dante, learning that her father is not exactly a good guy by any means, you know? I'm not knowledgeable of DMC, but aren't demons supposed to be the representation of pure evil? In a lot of ways, yes. Dante, Virgil, and like maybe a couple others are exceptions because they're half demons. And like I was just saying with Lady's story, like her ending monologue was just that. Not all demons are evil, and not all humans are good. And like there's this blend of both, I guess you could say. And even with Dante and Virgil's, connection. Dante is leaning more towards the human side of things, while Virgil is trying to lean more to the demon side of things. That duality. Even the theme of like Devil May Cry, like Devil May Cry 3 in particular. But like I think it's like Devil's Never Cry or something like that. Like they have the duality between the angelic and the demon, the human and the devil. Like that duality of it. The Netflix series Rabbit is also interesting, but where is the counterpart to the Mad Hatter? Funny enough, let's see. I miss him as not only that, but the Rabbit was originally just a demon in the manga. But the director guy literally admits that he self-inserted himself. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like the fact that he self-inserted himself. Now, the idea of taking a demon from the manga and then just kind of like making it in his own character is one thing, but self-inserts never go well. Let me just tell you, like, guys, as an experience now with Dungeons and Dragons, like, because I am a dungeon master, like, when I'm creating my characters, a lot of them are DMPCs, and of course, because I'm putting NPCs into the world. Like, if I just self-inserted, like, a NPC that was just all-powerful, all good, like, much better than the party, my players would just go, no, we don't like this, and they would not enjoy the story because my main character would take precedence over the actual players. And that's kind of this feeling here, that this director is putting himself into the story while also neglecting the stories of other characters, And made a rabbit a okay, wait a minute. So the rabbit demon is the white rabbit demon is now a human. Am I understanding that correctly? Most self-insert characters usually work as side characters. Yes and no. I both agree and disagree. Like, self-insert characters can work, but you need to draw a fine line, especially when you're working with someone else's property. You need to be very, very careful about how you present these other characters because they already have established fans that know about these characters. Excuse me. You got cut off. You didn't hear what you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking about the white rabbit. So the white rabbit demon is a human. Am I understanding that correctly? Because yes, he is a human. He's just a human. He's not a half demon. He's not a full demon, like polymorphed into a human. He is just a human, just a whole human. He just self-inserted himself. No. Why? I know why, because, ego, but still. That's using demon blood or something to keep him alive. Ah, yes, look how that turned out. Yeah, that's funny that show did that when they made it a point in Devil May Cry 3, when I think his name is Arkham. Like, Arkham took the blood of both Virgil and Dante, like, used their blood to gain the Sword of Sparta to get the abilities of Sparta, And, oh yeah, like that worked out very well when he did it. Wow. That's just... Funny enough, Arkham in the games did provide a proof of concept, but Arkham in the games are much more accomplished. He was given more time. Yeah, he was given more... Well, he was actually given more time to actually be a character, and, you know, there was some intrigue on that. Speaking of Arkham, they changed... Okay, okay, I'm not liking where this is going. How, Bibu, how did they change Lady's backstory? Like, did they change it entirely? Like... this is Neil Druckmann level of pretentious right there. Oh no, really? Ugh. Arkham, when he used the demon blood, looked like Orlok in both the Netflix and video game timelines, but in the games, Arkham looked like a clown Orlok, not just Count Orlok. Orlok? You mean Olaf? Whatever his name is? But yeah, it's just like, yeah, he was Jester, yes. Because he played the dual personality, like both the Jester and, you know, Arkham. You know, he was Arkham with Virgil, and then he was Jester with Dante, and he tried to get them both together so that way both their blood can activate the elevator that leads up into the realm of Sparta. So Bieber, you're saying that Lady's backstory was changed. Let me guess. I'm gonna take a guess. Lady is no longer after vengeance for her mother being endgamed by her father, and she wants revenge for that. Are you saying that Arkham is Arkham even still in the story at that point? Because honestly, it's looking like I don't like it when entire backstories get drastically changed to the point where they're different characters, you know? It doesn't sit right with me when series do that, you know? Where they change the entirety of the backstory that really doesn't make sense with the original character. And again, it could work if it was done well, but it seems like you guys are telling me that it just wasn't executed at all. Like, just didn't execute well. They had one encounter with a demon because that Arkham became obsessed with his research during the fight with demons, and he died immediately after eating her when Lady was a kid because this happened. Okay, I'm gonna have to take all that. Okay, hang on. So Arkham became obsessed with his research, doing the fight demons with. Okay, during the war between demons and demons. So he died immediately after eating Lady's mother, Catalina Ann, because their house got set on fire. Arkham ate his wife, then set fire to the house? So no vengeance. That's not a good backstory there. Because a backstory is supposed to provide context to how a character is going to be in the future. It's supposed to give you a reason why a character is the way that it is. I forgot if Kid Lady set the house on fire or not. I was tuning out, and what a moment I was like, what? Oh, that's even worse. So even in that context, Lady set the house on fire because Lady's father was eating her mother. And just kind of like doing this research on this demon conflict going on. Oh yes, my mother is being devoured by my father. Instead of calling the police, I'm just gonna set the house on fire. That sounds like I know there's an extreme there already, but you're pouring gasoline on a little fire in that case. How is that going to solve the issue? Yes. Wow. Now, I'm not saying my writing is like Shakespeare or anything, but my god, I could write a better origin story than that. Yes, Lady is such a tragic character. My father, he ended up eating my mother for the sake of research, and so as retaliation, I burned my house down. Now I'm edgy, brooding, and I am a tough character. I am a well-written character. Hack style going on exposition 33 when yeah, but yeah. Seriously though, Arkham looked like Pollock with demon blood. Lady realizes it sooner than why she didn't trust Arkham. Yikes. Ugh. Lady May cry and Lucia barely got any screen time. So okay, hang on. So Warlock, so what you're telling hang on. So Lady didn't get that much screen time, but okay, so if Dante did not get as much screen time as Lady, and Lady barely got any screen time, so does that mean Dante is hardly in his own series? Is that what I'm understanding? Is that what I'm getting at with this? Okay, she didn't set the house on fire, yet she got yeeted into Arkham's experiments and somehow set the room on fire. That's even worse! Oh yes! Yes. Spontaneous combustion. You play Kingdom Hearts 2? Yes, I do. I do play Kingdom Hearts 2. In fact, I do have a playlist of, well, actually, I might have a playlist. But if you go through the live stream archives, you do see that I am playing Kingdom Hearts 2 with a few of my friends of mine. And, you know, we're all having a good time. We're halfway through Kingdom Hearts 2. What is this Fire Force? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, you know? I just rewatched this thing, like, how does that work? Okay, so that is even worse. So, okay, Arkham, my daughter, I'm gonna throw you into the next room. Oh no, spontaneous fire, combust, boom. Lady and Devil May Cry 4 and 5 are a lot better. Lady and Devil May Cry 3 is a lot better. I mean, I actually liked, like, Lady was already badass. She was already, like, one of the strongest characters in that game, and, like, she seems to have been doing a lot better in, like, 4 and 5 as well, so why change what's already great, you know? She already got a strong female character right there, you know? Are you doing a Roxas mod run? No, I'm actually not. I'm doing a straight playthrough. Me and my friends are actually going through the entire Kingdom Hearts series from beginning to end in chronological order as they released. And, you know, we're doing this vanilla for the most part. I might do, like, various mods for the game, like, later on, like, as a Free Game Friday selection. But as of right now, it is just going to be, you know, that. Lady is actually brain dead and broken in for really? Oh, that's sad to hear. I actually like Lady as a character. It's a shame that she doesn't really get too much in that game. How much you want to bet the director didn't even pay attention to the games? Oh, like, no contest. Like, no bets needed. I already know that he, like, just judging from what you all tell me about the series, of course he didn't watch the game or play the games or read the manga. He probably just saw something cool, like flipping through the pages of the manga. Oh, that's cool. I want it in my show. You know? People are gonna also, speaking of the Devil May Cry, speaking of Devil May Cry, the Netflix series, I listened to Buried the Light, their rendition of Buried the Light. My god, that is not the tone of... That is not the right tone for Devil May Cry. Or that song in general. That's Virgil's battle theme, right? Like in Devil May Cry 5, Buried the Light, that is Virgil's theme. Why is it... Why did they slow it down? It's supposed to be this bombastic, like, I guess, power song. Like, through the words of, like, story of Virgil, you know? I mean, broken gameplay wise. Oh, that's much better. Okay, honestly, that playable lady? I'm definitely gonna be excited for Devil May Cry 4 then. Trish in 4, Bare Knuckle goes burr. Oh man, so more playable characters than 4. Oh man, I got something to look forward to. Yeah, Bear the Light is Virgil's theme, but he didn't quite get that until DMC5 though, which is fine. I mean, which is okay. You know what? That is his battle theme. That is perfect there. And they use Nero's theme song when Dante goes Devil Trigger for the... Huh? What? Excuse what? Excuse me. Huh? I'm the flabbergasted. Hi, I'm flabbergasted. I get the feeling that Midas is not the only demonic overlord in Devil May Cry lore. Anyone remember? Let's see. So sometimes I think that the Netflix series was meant to be Nero's efforts. Honestly, it seems like it. And to tell a story about Dante and his family and kids. Maybe. I don't know. It just doesn't sound... People joke that DMC Netflix is basically DMC reboot in an anime. Just make sure you get the special edition. Oh yeah, I always buy the special edition of games now of this series because you know special editions usually add more bosses, new playable characters and whatnot. You know, hey. So that's why it seems familiar, so similar. Thank you, Warlord. Yeah, it just. Oh God. Oh, you're talking about DMC. Oh God, that was terrible. Wait a minute, are you saying that DMC is better than the Netflix series in a lot of ways? Is that the implication I'm getting from this? Devil May Cry is better than the Netflix series? Oh lordy. Oh warlordy. Let's see. Oh yeah, Virgil is willingly working for Midas, by the way, in the Netflix. Oh Mundus, excuse me, Mundus. Probably the worst thing I've ever done with the player control. You know, worst thing they ever done because the games he was controlled by Mundus. Why? Demons have pronouns now. I mean, look, when it comes to the whole pronoun thing, I'm either for or against. As long as the characters are written well, I really couldn't care less about what a demon's pronoun is. But yeah, if it's just like in your face, I kind of don't like that. You know, like, as long as the characters are well written, you could be whatever you want. They could be whatever they want. They could just be a Warforged. I don't know. You know the demon. Yep. Apparently. Why? Why are shows like this now? Like, there's a reason why Netflix got a bad reputation for bad adaptations, you know? Look, if they could do One Piece right, I mean, the One Piece series actually paid attention to its source material and gave, like, homage to it. Like, it was a very condensed version of the anime, and it worked really well. Why couldn't they do that for the, like, in a very, not like live action, but just kind of like, why couldn't they do that for Devil May Cry? You know? Give someone who actually enjoys the series and make a creative effort with that, you know? Just why? Just why? Sure, if they do that in Season 2, it could be saved, but the fact that he's willing to do it, is already wrong. Look, I would say at this point, like, if the first season is that messed up, no one is going to watch Season 2. Maybe one or two people, just for curiosity. But if the first season is bad, most people are not going to stick around for a Season 2. Like, unless you're a YouTuber or just some, like, reviewer or even just, like, a very die-hard fan of Devil May Cry. Good demons say we're trying to survive. Look, I don't know much about the series and its lore, but I'm pretty sure it was well established that demons are either mindless monsters or they're part human in some way. Or, like, I'd say mindless monsters. Like, in terms of the gameplay sense, like, the demons are just that, demons. They're, like, walking henchmen in a way. you know, facing a bigger commander or threat, whatever, you know. Let's see. Has to be a new form of that face, right? Just labeling monsters as token minorities, whatever personality, whatever. Yeah. The term you're looking for is tokenism in a way. It's usually referred to something like that, where you like have this stand-in for a character stereotype. So I think that's I could be misinterpreting that phrase a little bit, but it's just kind of like. Yes, my expressions are taking me out. I know. Look, it's just look, as a creative, you know, again, I am not an expert in writing or storytelling or anything like that. I'd like to think I am, but it's just like I let you guys determine whether my writing is good. But I can see when I'm hearing this stuff about a show, about a very popular property, about a good series such as Devil May Cry. Like, the winning formula has already been developed for you. All you would had to do is just play the games, read the manga, do whatever, and just do what they did. You know? The mindset of I can do it better because I know what's best. Just no. Yes, but I'm glad you're enjoying my expressions because I am a very expressive person when it comes to media. I'll still watch the season 2 for the sake of. I'll power through it. I give you full support, sir. 07s. We all give you full support in your endeavor to watch season 2 if it comes out. Have you read Kiana? I'm gonna butcher this name. Kaini Fathom Comics? I have not. I have no idea what that is, Warlord. What? Excuse me. What exactly is that? Like, what kind of thing is that? I've already been teased. They've already teased season 2, so it's definitely coming. Yeah, usually when it comes to these series, like they sign up for 2 seasons, and then if a show gets enough ratings or views, they sign up for a 3rd and 4th season. At the very least, Dante looks hot. I mean, look, at least he looks like Dante. I will give it that. He still looks like Devil May Cry 3 Dante, because I think this is like before he gets his main outfit, I think. Like, he looks like Devil May Cry 3 at Dante, which I think is probably the best look for him. It just kind of shows more of his personality, like, through his character design. Like, the open jackets, the just kind of like the messy hair, like, just not unkempt, but just kind of like, just the hair over his eyes in a little bit. And, like, the fact that he has, you know, like his weapons just all around him. Just like the carefree attitude. It shows a lot about the character. And that's what it should have been. Like, just the fun, demon slaying show, you know? Like, just go through the series as Dante. But oh boy, I just wish directors. I just wish that if you're going to work on a show with an already established property, that you should really look into the season. Like, look into the material first. Like, if you want to change a little things here and there to fit with the narrative that you want to write, that's fine. As long as you keep it true with what has already been established, you know? It doesn't even have to be of the same canon. It could be a different take on the same story. That's fine. But if you're drastically changing the characters or designs to make it unrecognizable, and that's when I have an issue. That's the issue I have, you know? Just kind of, like, I'm thinking, because a good example of how they changed a character drastically is, I'll go back to Castlevania the Netflix series. I liked the Castlevania Netflix series. I think it did a pretty good job with most of its characters. I don't like how they did Hector from KeyToDarkness dirty. I don't like how they kind of changed his entire persona, I guess. He still looks like Hector, but he just doesn't feel like Hector. He just feels like a different character altogether, you know? The comic I'm talking about, she's basically a mermaid, surfer design, beach bikini, suits female Aquaman with Titus FF10 water sword. Honestly, that I like that. Oh, I like the descriptor there. Mermaid with a water sword. I like that. Oh, I'm okay. So it's called Tiny Fathom. Tiny Fathom Comics. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up after this. Luckily, I have the chat logs. I do have it set up to where I can go back and see the chat logs after it's already been uploaded onto YouTube. So, like, I'll have to look into this because these are interesting things. These are very interesting things that we got going on here. I'm gonna have to look all that up. Also, we hope that Nero in the Netflix series has a chance to, well, not end up not existent, so to speak. Look, at this point, I probably won't watch the Netflix Devil May Cry. After hearing all of this about the show, I don't have that much faith in watching it. I probably will not have a good time watching the show. I'll stick with the video games. Maybe the manga. Like, if the manga is good. Like, it sounds like the manga is pretty good too. But I'll stick with Devil May Cry 3, 1, 2. Maybe I'll skip 2. I'll skip 2. I'll go with 3, 1, 4, and 5 for my Devil May Cry fix. You know, I'll stick with the games because at least then I know I'm guaranteed a good time. We'll see. We'll definitely see. Ooh boy. We are almost at level 29. We just need a little over 100 experience now. 886. 886 experience. We are doing fine, guys. We're doing great. With her name, just think Polynesian or Moana or Hawaiian. Oh, I do. Okay. Okay, I'm picturing it right now. A Moana with a water sword and a mermaid tail. Picture that. Spawning a chim! I shall spawn the chim! Let's go! Let's go! We're spawning more chims. Look at all the chims dancing. What about this? What do we got? A smaller chim! We got a smaller chim. I heard Moana. Oh yeah, Warlord over in the YouTube side of things mentioned about a character named Kiani Fathom, that they are like, just think of her name like Polynesian or Moana or Hawaiian name. Yeah. For context, he was just describing a character. Like, and using these other descriptors. Also think about Black Manta. Okay, that honestly, these are very good descriptors. Like, I can see it, but my mind axe is working. It's sharpening. I can somewhat clearly see the image in my mind, and it looks badass. You know, badass and a little bit sexy too, maybe. I don't know. Yes, I'm also Polynesian. Awesome. So maybe you can get this idea. So picture this, Bee-Boo. At least from what I'm understanding based off Warlord's descriptors, she's basically a mermaid, you know, surfer design, beach bikini, suits female Aquaman with Titus's from Final Fantasy X's water sword, with a name that is Polynesian or Moana or Hawaiian theme. Also female Black Manta. Oh, Polynesian and Polyasian. Hey. That slays. Yeah, that sounds awesome. When will we get Dancing Chims the movie? You know what, Jay? Tell you what. As a meme, if I'll put a poll, you know, I can't even speak. I'll put up a poll in the Discord at some point. As a meme. Right now, look at the chims go. Yeah, look at the dancing chims. Look at all the dancing chims. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, I'll probably just clip this. Look at all the dancing chims we got going on here. They're just dancing their heart away. This is what happens when I let chat decide how many chims is on screen. We have a celebration of the chim chim. Dun 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 dun. Grunty, 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 ha ha ha. Man, sooner or later, like one of these days, if I ever do like a major stream, like more than 5 hours, this screen is like, I'm looking at it on my phone right now. Look at how many chims are dancing on screen. Like, there's just so many of them on the screen right now. Half of them are covering my face. You know, like, I could barely see me sometimes. It's just like, it is, like, I'm sorry for neurodivergent people like myself. If there's just too many things going on screen, I'm sorry. But also, I'm not sorry because this is funny. I like my chims. You guys like the chims. We like chim chims. We like chim chim. It's funny. Yes, it is very funny. Just to see how many chim chims we can fit on screen. Jim Jiminy, Jim Jiminy, Jim Jim Jerry. But yeah, Devil May Cry series reads like start some from Arrow's efforts to tell the kids with and skyrocketing and almost like a Rashomon fashion. Yes, Titan. I have no idea what any of that means, but yes, you know. I just think that Devil May Cry needs to be Devil May Cry, not Devil Will Cry, you know? Or audience will cry. Or I will cry. No one wants to see me cry. Steer a soul for a second chance, but you'll never become my chosen tool. Makes me stronger. Live life I'm going for the best of to the end. Dun 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 dun. Step before the pure for soul's demise. Reap the tears that the victims cries. Kill them all to keep the suffering of a demon as I put it under. Kill before the time to kill them all. Pass down the righteous law. So for justice that dwells in me. Lifeless corpse as far as the eye can sight. I love the Devil May Cry theme so much. It's so good. Yes, so many cries, Titan. To be honest, the only good thing about the series is the animation itself. Except the weird blue 3D. Blue. Oh no. Did they really mix 3D with 2D? Like, you can only get away with that if it works well. Because physics may cry if enough of the side story is on its own. Devil May Cry. I will cry if I watch this. How do you mess up mixing 2D and 3D? Why? Why would you do that? We don't weird 3D effects? No. They did with Dante's Devil Trigger and certain mage. Why? Look, if you're going to use 3D, just make it a 3D show. It won't look as out of place. Womp, 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 womp. Womp, 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 womp. Why? Why do you do this, Devil May Cry? Not the good one, but the poorly made one from, you know, whatever studio made it. After Power lawsuit info recently, if Nintendo just started being weird and doing multiple things that make gamers mad all the time. Yeah, it's just like going back to the original topic that we started off with Palworld and Nintendo. It's just like Nintendo is scared of Pocket Pair's success. Like they see the writing on the wall. They know what happens when a series breaks out in popularity like this. Now think of it this way: Pocket Pair, like at least from their announcement, there are 32 million people. 32 million people have played Palworld right now. That is more. That is more players than there are. Okay, let me put this in context. Pokemon Red and Blue, their lifetime sales is 31 million or somewhere close to that. Now, Pocket Pair had just broken the amount of sales that Red and Blue had with 32 million, maybe even more as of the time of saying this, you know? Yes, exactly. Great animation can't save good writing. Exactly, bingo. If you have a good story and bad animation, people can overlook it because they just enjoy the story, you know? But a wise man once said, bad animation can easily be saved with good writing. However, good animation cannot save bad writing. Exactly. Bingo. Both you and Bibu got a point there. They're like very good points. You two are in sync. You might be in different worlds right now with one on YouTube, one on Twitch, but you have the same brain cell. You are thinking in unison. Boop. Boop. Good writing cannot be saved by great animation alone. Yep, exactly. Titan's thinking the exact same thing. Which is why music and voice acting and consequences and storylines matter so much. Absolutely. Theo said it for. Oh, okay, yeah. You know what? I'm still gonna. Okay. Theo gets the credit for saying it first, but you both agree with each other. So I'm gonna say you both get the credit. You both get credit. The complete package, really. Yeah. Yeah, but we gotta share the credit, you know. You know, the both of you have, you know, you both think alike, I would say. You know, you both get the credit. Titan, you just get a little bit of credit. You know, you said it after the fact. I mean, the complete package and storytelling. Oh yeah, exactly. Like you need the complete package. I don't mind sharing credit on that. See, all of you are wonderful. Now imagine Pocket Pair does a collab with Street Fighter 6 and KOF 15. Honestly, that would be hilarious. Can you imagine some of the pals being fighters? Like aesthetically, it would not work, but I think it would just be like a gag fighter. Just that would be funny. Let's see. Off topic. I do highly recommend Outlaw Star and Trigun. They're a fun time to watch. I'll put a pin in that so that way I remember it for later because I think I remember hearing about what is it, Trigon? Yeah, I remember hearing about Trigon, but I don't know much about Outlaw Star. That seems like a fun time. Nintendo would have a fit. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like Nintendo is already having a fit. Like the fact that they filed some of their extra patents and they're filing patents in the US now to try to combat Nintendo. It's like they're already pretty mad at Pocket Pair. They're already very mad at them. It's just Nintendo's being petty. Nintendo has always been petty, but they're now just being absolutely ridiculous. Speaking of narration, they ruined Lady's narration about. Oh God, what was the like? What could they How could they ruin the narration? It's right there in front of them in Devil May Cry 3. Like, what could they possibly ruin? How? Now you got me curious, Boo. Oh, don't tell me they ruined it. How could they ruin a perfectly good speech about, you know, not all demons being evil and not all humans being good? Devil May Cry. Carter himself is no wuss either. But they did short shift his accomplishments in the Netflix series. Oh, that's no. Come on, man. Why they gotta do that? Why do they gotta do Sparta dirty? She literally says, "Big bad demon, blah blah blah, cause the demon board." That's not lady. That's not lady. Like maybe look. I probably would accept that speech if it were lady in the beginning of Devil May Cry 3. That would be one thing. I can sort of see her saying something to that effect. Maybe not to that extreme, but just I can sort of see her like beginning lady. But not lady after she's gone through her stuff in Devil May Cry 3. Come on, there's more Sparta. Just that's terrible. That is just I don't like that. Outworld Star Alien character designs is exactly what we want for playable main Star Wars characters. Honestly, I can see it. I can see it. I don't know much about Outworld Star Alien, but you know what? If it's as good as what I'm picking up, then I would say yes. Playable Star Wars characters. Lady is saying something like that in Devil May Cry 3 would be understandable. I mean, maybe Super Lady. Yes, Super Lady. She's not a Super Lady. Well, I mean, the Netflix one is not a Super Lady. Regular Lady, our Lady, you know, the best lady is in fact a Super Lady. You know? That's still, come on, Sparta getting short-shafted. Sparta is, I haven't played Devil May Cry 1 yet, so I don't know how the story advances from 3. But Sparta becomes a big talking point, you know, within Devil May Cry 3 to the point where, like, the part of the story is evolving around the lineage of Sparta. Like, Arkham wants to gain the power of Sparta to become its new god. And he fails at that, and so Dante is still fighting demons, you know, after losing his brother, supposedly. You know, that Devil May Cry 1 is extension of that, but still. Why must we get poor products like this? Why do we not get good products? Why can't one of you be directors? You all seem more knowledgeable than this director. You know, I appoint, like, if I had my way, I would appoint all of you as directors of the new Devil May Cry series. Because even then, like, even if your writing skills are not all that great, I'm sure it would have been a lot better than what we got. Because Lady is one of my favorite characters in, you know. I think out of all the characters, I like Lady's story the best in 3. The sad part is that normies will eat it up like Halloween candy. Oh, absolutely. Like, there's no doubt about that. Like, I wouldn't necessarily just say normies in particular, but people who just don't know about the series. Like, they're gonna, like, their first impression of the series, like, is either gonna be, oh, is this what Devil May Cry actually is? I would want to buy the games. Or be like, really? Is this what Devil May Cry is about? Let me see about the series. And, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But we're level 29! We're level 29! Look at that. We're level 29 now. I missed my reaction. Woohoo! He was a demon knight, whatever that means. Big bad warrior, blah blah blah. Served as the right hand of Mundus, the demon's king. 2,000 years ago, when our world was still connected to their shithole, and Mundus wasn't very happy with just rolling their... Oh god, this is already draining me. This speech is already draining me. Wasn't happy about just ruling their shithole. He wanted to conquer humanity, enslave all of us. Typical demon shit. Man, so much shit. Like, there's just so much shit. I am not kidding. I'm not exaggerating. Like, this lady's speech has too much shit in it. And I guess Sparta woke up one day and realized, hey, this is evil as fuck. So he rebelled. That is her literal speech? That is the little speech lady says. The other one from Devil May Cry 3, which much more poignant and reflective of what she has learned as a character. Lady gets a double trigger suit and it's honestly, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised whatsoever if she did. You know. Lady Devil, like, Netflix lady is not our lady. She is just a lady. She's not the lady. That lady is just a lady. She's not the lady. But alright, friends. We've made it to level 29. Let me go ahead and properly save this. Here we go. Alright, let's go ahead and update the stats now. Now that we got everything here. Let's see. We don't need number of battles just yet. We haven't calculated. Alright, here we go. Our new time for this. 45 hours. 31 minutes and 49 seconds. I'm going to click that snooze button. I still need to do my outro. Okay. Now let's go ahead and take a look at what we got. Alright. So right now we're 15. So the amount of experience we need, we're level 29 right now. So we need 20,985. Let's go ahead and do that. 20,985. Yes, we are at 45 hours total for this challenge. 45 hours! That is a whole, like, week of work. Like, a little over a week of, like, 8-hour shift works. And now, let's go ahead and do the calculation for the amount of battles we need now. Like, how many battles we have actually done. Or, a battle with enemies, I don't care what it is now. It's enemies. No, it's... You know what? Maybe I should reflect it. It's not battles, it's enemies. I should probably reflect that. Enemies. Enemies fell. Enemies. Enemies. Defeated. Enemies. Lost defeat. I'm probably gonna have to shrink that down just a bit, or maybe move this right here. Enemies must defeat. Alright, so we need 20,985 divided by 3. We need to defeat. We need to go ahead and defeat 6,995 more enemies. We need to defeat that many more enemies to complete the challenge. Let me see what say over here. How do we go from Yu Yu Hakusho and One Piece live action to this? Just Netflix is just having a good streak and then they manage to ruin it. Exactly. They can't have me as director because I would have Dante Royal Guard everything. that is true. Honestly, that would make an even better story. Devil May Cry, if it were made for Isekai, that would probably be better than the Netflix. That speech, yeah, that speech was just heresy. That was just abysmal. Absolutely garbage. That was garbage. But anyway, friends, this is where we're going to go ahead and call it for tonight. You know, I want to go ahead and thank each and every one of you for dropping by, saying hello. Bibu, Titan, Warlord, Neo J. There was a couple others in there. There was what was his name? He just followed. Oh, Jacob. Yeah, thank you for being here, Jacob. If you're still here, I appreciate you. Calcure, if you're still listening to this, thank you for joining the streams. I hope you have yourselves a good night. So now for the outro. Alright, friends, if you haven't already, go ahead, hit that subscribe button if you're on YouTube, or follow if you're on Twitch. It's absolutely free. You can also head to our Discord, so that way you can converse with us. You can talk with us about pretty much anything and everything, and get notified as to when we go live with our live streams. You'll be notified as when videos get uploaded. I'm a .hack YouTuber. I do .hack things for .hack people. And yes. And so, friends, thank you so much for joining us here today. Have a good night. I appreciate all of you. remember that.